Tonight, my potatoes, we settle into a quieter corner of history where time moved slowly and work was done by hand. In an early Kentucky distillery, routine, patience, and a few small decisions gave rise to a drink that would travel far beyond its humble beginnings. If you enjoy these slow stories from the past, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights. Let a fan or a noise of some kind fill the room, and let the night settle in. You're stepping back into the late 1700s, when Kentucky was still a raw frontier carved from wilderness, and the people who settled there brought with them the knowledge of grain and fire passed down through generations. This is the story of how bourbon came to be, not through grand invention, but through patient hands, copper stills glowing in the darkness, and the kind of accidental discovery that only time and charred oak could reveal. Now picture this. You're standing on a porch that groans beneath your boots, watching the sun sink behind a ridge of trees so dense they look like a single dark wave frozen against the copper sky. The air here in Kentucky carries a thickness you can almost chew, humidity that clings to your shirt and makes every breath feel like drinking something substantial. This is 1792, and the land around you is young in the way that only recently tamed wilderness can be, still holding the memory of what it was before axes and ploughs arrived to reshape it. The distillery sits in a clearing hacked from the forest, surrounded by stumps that will take another decade to rot away completely. Your hands smell of corn and wood smoke, a combination that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore except in moments like this, when the work has paused and you have time to simply stand and notice things. Behind you, through the open door of the stillhouse, you can hear the gentle tick and drip of cooling metal, the building settling into evening like an old dog finding its spot by the fire. The nearest neighbour lives 3 miles through woods where panthers still scream at night, their cries so human-sounding that newcomers sometimes go running with rifles, thinking someone's being murdered in the dark. You've learned to ignore those sounds, the way you've learned to ignore the wolves that howl from the ridges when the moon is full. What matters is the work. The corn you've grown, the water from the limestone spring that bubbles up cold and pure 100 yards from here, and the still that waits inside the building behind you like a patient bronze animal. Your father taught you distilling back in Pennsylvania, where the family had a small operation making rye whiskey that was decent enough but nothing special. He'd learned it from his father, who'd brought the knowledge from Scotland, where apparently everyone knew how to turn grain into something that burned going down and warmed you from the inside out. The process seemed almost magical when you were young. Putting in corn and water and yeast, applying heat and time, and getting out a clear liquid that could preserve meat, clean wounds, trade for goods, and make a hard day feel slightly less hard when you took a careful sip before bed. But Kentucky isn't Pennsylvania. The corn grows differently here, taller and sweeter in the thick river-bottom soil. The water tastes different, filtered through limestone that makes it soft in a way that's hard to describe but easy to notice once you've tried making whiskey with it. Even the air feels different in the stillhouse, heavy and full in summer, crisp and crackling in winter. You found yourself adjusting the old recipes, changing proportions almost without thinking about it, and responding to what this new place seems to want from you. The evening sounds are building around you now, cicadas starting their electric chorus, a wood thrush singing its spiralling song from somewhere in the darkening trees, and the distant sound of your neighbour's cow lowing to be milked. Your wife is inside the cabin preparing supper, and you can smell onions frying in bear grease. A smell that would have seemed strange 2 years ago, but now just smells like home. In a few minutes you'll go inside, eat whatever she's cooked. Maybe read a few verses from the Bible by candlelight if your eyes aren't too tired, and then sleep the heavy sleep of someone who's been on his feet since dawn. But first you want to check the barrels. It's become a habit, this evening walk through the aging shed, though you're not entirely sure what you're checking for. The whiskey's in there, sealed up tight in the charred oak containers you made last month when the cooper from Lexington came through and showed you his technique. He'd said the charring would filter out impurities and make the whiskey clearer and cleaner. You'd believed him because you had no reason not to, and because trying new things is what you do out here on the frontier, where the old ways don't always fit the new circumstances. The aging shed is nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof to keep the rain off, with gaps between the boards wide enough that you can see slivers of sky through them when you're inside. The barrels sit on wooden racks you built yourself, each one holding about 50 gallons of the clear whiskey you distilled 2 months ago, right after the corn harvest. In Pennsylvania, you would have bottled it immediately, maybe letting it sit a few weeks at most before selling or drinking it. But here, with no immediate buyers and no urgent need for the revenue, you decided to just let it rest a while and see what happened. You push open the shed door and step into the dimness. The smell hits you immediately, a rich, sweet, woody scent that's nothing like the sharp alcohol smell of fresh whiskey. You freeze, inhaling deeply, trying to place what's different. It's like walking into a bakery or a cabinet maker's shop, or maybe a combination of both with something else underneath that you can't quite name. Vanilla, possibly. Caramel. The charred wood is doing something to the whiskey that you didn't expect and can't quite understand. Moving closer to the nearest barrel, you tap it gently with your knuckles, listening to the hollow thunk that tells you it's still full, nothing's leaked. The wood feels warm to your touch, holding the day's heat even as the evening cools around it. You know you shouldn't open it yet. The whole point of aging is to let it sit undisturbed, but curiosity is gnawing at you with small, persistent teeth. What's causing that smell? Has the whiskey gone bad somehow? Or has something else happened? Something you didn't plan for and can't predict? Tomorrow you decide. Tomorrow you'll tap one of the barrels and see what's actually happening inside that charred oak. Tonight, you'll just stand here a moment longer, breathing in this unexpected sweetness, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. The work will be there in the morning. It always is. You wake to darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your eyes. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, which means it's probably around 4 in the morning, that dead hour when even the insects seem to be sleeping. Your wife is a warm presence beside you, her breathing deep and steady, and for a moment you consider just lying here until proper dawn arrives. But your bladder has other ideas, and besides, once you're awake, you're awake. There's no point in fighting it. The cabin floor is cold against your bare feet as you fumble for your boots, pulling them on without bothering to lace them properly. Outside, the privy waits in the darkness, and you navigate to it more by memory than sight, your eyes gradually adjusting until you can make out the shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere close by, its 3-note song clear and insistent. When you were a child, your grandmother told you that hearing a whippoorwill meant someone was going to die, but you've heard them almost every night since moving to Kentucky, and everyone you know is still alive, so you've stopped believing that particular superstition. By the time you've finished your business and returned to the cabin, the eastern sky has begun its slow brightening. That gradual shift from black to deep blue that happens so subtly you can never catch the exact moment of change. You don't go back to bed. Instead, you light a candle from the embers still glowing in the fireplace, put coffee on to boil, and begin the process of waking up properly. Your wife will sleep another hour, rising when the real light comes, but you've always been someone who needs this quiet time before the day begins, these minutes when the world belongs only to you and whatever thoughts you want to think. The coffee is bitter and strong, made from beans you've roasted perhaps a bit too dark, but it does its job, sending warmth and alertness spreading through your chest. You drink it standing at the window, watching the world emerge from darkness. The distillery building takes shape first, then the aging shed, then the corn crib and the small barn where you keep the mule and the milk cow. Everything is painted in shades of grey at first, colourless and flat, but gradually the dimension returns, the red of the barn door, the green of the grass, and the brown of the beaten earth path connecting the buildings. You'll check that barrel today. The decision feels solid and right, something you've actually been putting off too long already. But first, the morning routine. Feeding the animals, milking the cow, and checking the mash that's been fermenting in the large wooden vats behind the still house. Distilling whiskey isn't just about the dramatic moments of fire and copper and steam. It's about these daily tasks, the maintenance and monitoring that makes the dramatic moments possible. The mash vats are your first stop after finishing your coffee. They sit under a lean-to shelter, protected from direct sun and rain, each one containing a mixture of ground corn, water and yeast that's been bubbling and working for the past 3 days. You lift the wooden lid off the first vat and lean in, inhaling the sour, yeasty smell of fermentation. The surface is covered with foam, a good sign that the yeast is doing its job, eating the sugars from the corn and producing alcohol as waste. It's a process that seems almost too simple to work. You're essentially making a kind of beer from corn, then concentrating that beer through heat and distillation until what remains is strong enough to preserve and potent enough to trade. You taste it, dipping a finger into the foam and touching it to your tongue. It's sour and sweet at the same time, with an alcohol content that's probably around 8 or 9%, nowhere near strong enough to be whiskey, but definitely on its way. Another day, maybe 2, and it'll be ready to run through the still. You replace the lid carefully, then move to the next vat, then the next, checking each one with the same careful attention. This part of the work is boring in the best possible way. Repetitive, predictable, requiring focus but not much thought, letting your mind wander while your hands do what they know how to do. The still itself waits inside the distillery building, a copper construction that cost you more money than you've ever spent on anything except land. It's beautiful in its way, all curves and joints soldered smooth, with a long tapered neck that rises toward the ceiling before curving away into the condensing coil. When you first set it up, you spent hours just looking at it, trying to understand how something made by human hands could be so elegant. The copper gleams even in low light, catching and throwing back any available brightness, and when it's working, when fire is roaring beneath it and steam is rising through its neck and liquid is dripping from its spout, it seems almost alive. But today isn't a distilling day. You've learned through experience that you can't rush this process. You can't force it to happen on your schedule. The mash has to be ready, properly fermented but not gone sour. You have to have enough firewood split and stacked and enough clean containers waiting to catch the distillate. You have to be rested and alert because distilling requires attention, watching temperatures, adjusting the fire, and tasting the output to know when you're getting the good middle run versus the harsh heads or the weak tails that you'll either throw away or redistill later. Today is for maintenance instead. You check the still for any signs of damage or wear, running your hands along the copper seams, looking for the green stains that would indicate a leak. Everything seems solid. You check the firebox beneath the still, scraping out old ash, making sure the draft holes aren't clogged. You check the condensing coil, which sits in a barrel of cold water that has to be refreshed regularly to keep the steam condensing properly. All of this is familiar work, the kind that lets your thoughts drift while your hands stay busy. And your thoughts keep drifting back to that smell from last night. That unexpected sweetness is coming from the barrels. You've been making whiskey for almost 20 years now, first helping your father and then on your own, and you've never encountered anything quite like it. Whiskey is supposed to be harsh, clear and functional. It's medicine and currency and social lubricant, not something you'd describe as sweet or smooth or pleasant. But that smell suggested something different, something you don't have words for yet. By mid-morning you finish the maintenance work and run out of excuses. The barrel is waiting. You walk to the aging shed with a hammer and a wooden spigot, tools for tapping a barrel without having to remove the whole bung and risk exposing the entire contents to air. Your hands are steadier than you expected as you position the spigot against the barrel head, finding the right spot between the staves. One sharp tap with the hammer and the spigot is in, sealed tight by the pressure of the wood around it. Nothing comes out at first. You have to open the small valve on the spigot, and even then there's a moment of resistance before the whiskey begins to flow. You've positioned a clay cup beneath the spigot, and you watch as it fills with liquid that's nothing like what you put into this barrel 2 months ago. Instead of clear, it's the colour of honey, or maybe amber, or maybe sunlight filtering through old church windows. It flows thick and slow, and the smell that rises from the cup is that same complex sweetness you noticed last night, but stronger now, more defined. You lift the cup to your lips and take the smallest possible sip, barely wetting your tongue. The taste explodes across your mouth, sweet and spicy and oaky and complex in ways that make your eyes widen involuntarily. This isn't whiskey, or rather, it is whiskey, but whiskey that's become something else, something more. The harshness is gone, replaced by layers of flavour that you can't quite separate into individual components. Vanilla is there, definitely. Caramel too. Something that might be cinnamon or might just be the char from the barrel. And underneath it all, still present but transformed, the corn sweetness that was there in the original distillate. You take another sip, larger this time, letting it roll around your mouth before swallowing. The warmth spreads through your chest like the coffee did this morning, but gentler, smoother, without any of the sharp edges that raw whiskey has. You feel your shoulders relax and feel some tension you didn't know you were carrying drain away. This is something special. You don't know the exact mechanisms that created it, and you don't understand the chemistry of what happened inside that charred oak barrel, but you understand enough to know that you've stumbled onto something valuable. You're sitting on a stump outside the aging shed, the clay cup still in your hands, trying to understand what you've just tasted. The sun has climbed high enough that you're sweating, despite the relative cool of the September morning, and somewhere nearby a crow is calling with that harsh, insistent voice that makes you think it's complaining about something. Your mind is working in circles, trying to puzzle out cause and effect, trying to figure out what you did differently that resulted in this unexpected transformation. The charring is obviously important. You've stored whiskey in regular barrels before, back in Pennsylvania, and while it picked up some colour and maybe a bit of wood taste, it never developed this kind of complexity. The cooper from Lexington had made charring the barrels seem like a simple practical matter. Burn the inside to sterilise it and help filter the whiskey. But clearly something more is happening. The char is interacting with the whiskey somehow, pulling out harsh elements and adding in new flavours, though you couldn't explain the chemistry of it to save your life. Time matters too, obviously. You'd planned to age the whiskey maybe a month, 6 weeks at most, just long enough to let it settle and clear. But this barrel has been sitting for almost 8 weeks now, and the extra time has clearly made a difference. You wonder how much longer you could let it sit. 3 months? 6 months? A year? At what point would it stop improving and start going bad? These are questions that would require systematic testing to answer, and you're just one man with a small operation and bills to pay. The temperature might be playing a role as well. Kentucky summers are brutal, the kind of heat that makes work feel like punishment, and turns the still house into an oven even when the fire isn't lit. The barrels have been sitting in that shed through some of the hottest weather you've ever experienced. The wood expanding and contracting with the daily temperature swings, the whiskey moving in and out of the charred oak-like breath. In Pennsylvania, you stored barrels in a cool cellar where the temperature barely changed. Here there is no cellar, just this shed with its gaps between the boards, and maybe that constant heating and cooling is part of what's creating these new flavours. You take another sip from the cup, trying to taste it analytically now, to break down what you're experiencing into components you can understand and potentially replicate. There's definitely sweetness, but it's not simple sugar sweetness. It's more complex, almost burnt but not quite. Like the sugar that crystallises on the edge of a pie when it's been baked just a little too long. The oak is present but not overwhelming, adding structure and depth rather than making the whole thing taste like chewing on wood. And there's something spicy happening. A tingle on your tongue that might be from the corn, or might be from the barrel, or might be from the interaction between the two. Your wife appears at the cabin door, shading her eyes with one hand. Are you planning to do any actual work today? Or are you just going to sit there drinking in the morning? You laugh, standing up and stretching muscles that have gotten stiff from sitting too long in one position. Come taste this, you call to her, holding up the cup. Tell me if I'm imagining things. She crosses the yard with that efficient walk she has, not hurrying but not wasting time either, and takes the cup from your hands. You watch her face as she sips, seeing the exact same expression of surprise that you must have had. Eyes widening, eyebrows going up, and mouth opening slightly in an involuntary response to unexpected pleasure. What did you do to it? She asks, taking another sip before you can answer. I don't know, you admit. I put regular whiskey in a charred barrel and left it there for 2 months. This is what came out. She hands the cup back to you, though you can tell she's reluctant to let it go. Well, she says, practical as always. I suppose you'd better figure out how to do it again then. Because if you can make whiskey that tastes like that, people will pay good money for it. She's right, of course. You've been treating this as an interesting accident, something to puzzle over and marvel at. But there's a commercial dimension here that you haven't fully considered. The whiskey you've been making and selling is adequate. It does what whiskey is supposed to do, which is burn and warm and preserve. But it's not special. Nobody seeks it out specifically. They buy it because it's available and the price is fair, not because it's notably better than anyone else's product. But this is different. This is the kind of thing people might actually prefer, might request by name, and might even travel to obtain. The question is whether you can replicate it. You have a dozen other barrels in the shed, all filled at roughly the same time, all made by the same cooper using the same charring technique. If the transformation you've discovered is real and reliable, those other barrels should contain whiskey that's undergone the same change. But if what happened was a fluke, some quirk of this particular barrel, or this particular batch of whiskey, or some variable you haven't identified, then the other barrels might still contain the same harsh, clear liquid you put into them. There's only one way to find out. You take the hammer and another spigot and move to the second barrel, tapping it with the same careful precision you used on the first. The whiskey that flows out is the same beautiful amber colour, and when you taste it, the flavours are similar enough to confirm your hope. This is replicable. Whatever you've done it to all the barrels. The transformation isn't a quirk of one container, but a predictable result of the process you've accidentally created. By the time you've sampled from all 12 barrels, you're feeling pleasantly warm and slightly muzzy-headed, and your wife is giving you amused looks from across the yard where she's hanging laundry to dry. The whiskey is definitely affecting you, but not in the harsh, aggressive way that raw distillate does. This is gentler, more of a glow than a burn, and you realise that part of what makes this aged whiskey special is that you could actually sip it slowly and enjoy it for the taste, rather than just throwing it back quickly to get the medicine down. You cap all the barrels carefully, making sure the spigots are sealed tight and won't leak. These containers represent hundreds of hours of work, growing the corn, harvesting it, grinding it, fermenting it, distilling it. And now they represent something more, a potential future where you're known for quality rather than just quantity, where people seek out your whiskey specifically rather than just buying whatever's available. The rest of the day passes in a pleasant blur of normal farm work. You repair a section of fence that the cow has been leaning against. You split firewood for next week's distilling run. You weed the kitchen garden and help your wife carry water from the spring. But your mind keeps returning to those barrels, to the question of what to do next. Do you sell this batch as it is, aged 2 months? Or do you wait longer to see if more aging improves it further? Do you tell people what you've discovered, or do you keep it quiet and let them think you've just gotten better at making whiskey? Do you try to understand the science of what's happening, or do you just accept the gift and move forward? You're lying in bed that night, listening to your wife's breathing settle into the rhythm of sleep, but your own mind won't quiet down. The darkness is complete except for the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace, and you can hear mice scrabbling in the walls, busy with their own mysterious mouse business. Outside, a fox barks once, sharp and sudden, then falls silent. These are the usual night sounds of Kentucky, but tonight they feel different somehow, like the world has shifted slightly and everything needs to be relearned. The question nagging at you is time. 2 months has produced something remarkable, but is it finished? Wine gets better with age. You know that much. The French are famous for their ancient cellars where bottles sit for years or even decades, accumulating value and complexity. Does whiskey work the same way? Or is there a point where the oak becomes too much, where the barrel overwhelms the spirit and turns everything woody and bitter? You make a decision in the darkness. You'll sell half the barrels now at 2 months and leave the other half to age longer. 6 months total maybe, or even a year. It's a compromise between the practical need for income and the experimental desire to see what's possible. Your wife will approve of the practicality, and the part of you that's always curious will be satisfied by the ongoing experiment. Sleep finally comes, and when you wake, it's to full daylight and the smell of corn cakes cooking. Your wife is already up and working as usual, and you feel slightly guilty for oversleeping, though the sun's position suggests it's only just past dawn. The coffee is hot and waiting, and you drink it standing at the door looking out at your small kingdom of distillery and fields and forest. The work of the day begins with checking the mash vats again. Another day of fermentation has done its job. The foam has subsided slightly and the liquid beneath has that cloudy, yeasty look that means it's ready to distill. You'll start tomorrow, you decide. Today is for preparation, gathering firewood, cleaning the still, setting up collection vessels and making sure everything's ready for the long, hot, careful work of turning fermented mash into clear spirit. But first you need to deal with those barrels. The 6 you've decided to sell need to be loaded onto your wagon and taken to Lexington, where you have a standing arrangement with a merchant who sells goods to the river traders heading down to New Orleans. It's a full day's trip there and back, but it's worth it for the access to a market bigger than the handful of neighbours within walking distance of your farm. Loading the barrels is harder than you'd like to admit. Each one weighs close to 400 pounds when full, and while you have a system of ramps and rollers that makes it possible to move them alone, it's still brutal work that leaves you sweating and cursing despite the relatively cool morning air. The mule watches you with its usual expression of patient disdain, as if wondering why humans make everything so complicated. By the time all 6 barrels are secured in the wagon, you're ready for a rest. But there's no time. You need to get to Lexington and back before full dark, and that means leaving soon. Your wife packs you food for the journey: cornbread, dried venison, a jar of pickles, and a clay jug of water. She kisses you goodbye with the same matter-of-fact affection she brings to everything, and you climb up onto the wagon seat, taking the reins and clicking your tongue at the mule to get it moving. The wagon creaks and sways as it hits the ruts in the road, and you settle into the familiar discomfort of a long trip on bad roads. The journey to Lexington takes you through forest and farmland in roughly equal measure. Kentucky is filling up fast with new settlers, families from Virginia and Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas all flooding in to claim land and build lives in this fertile valley. You pass cabins that weren't there 6 months ago, and see fields that have been cleared from forest. So recently the stumps are still white and raw looking. Everyone waves as you pass. That automatic frontier friendliness that assumes anyone you meet is probably a decent person, until proven otherwise. Lexington is growing too, spreading out from the original fort into something that's starting to resemble an actual town. There are stores now, and taverns, and a church, and streets that have names rather than just being the road that goes to the spring, or the path by Johnson's cabin. You guide the mule through the traffic, mostly other wagons, but also people on horseback and on foot, until you reach the merchant's establishment, a sturdy log building with a covered porch where men sit and smoke and discuss politics and weather and crop prices. The merchant himself, a man named Harrison who came from Virginia and still dresses like he's living in a city rather than on the frontier, comes out to inspect your delivery. He's bought your whiskey before, always paying fair prices and never complaining about quality, but you've never brought him anything like what's in these barrels. Same as usual, he asks, making notes on a piece of paper with a pencil that he keeps tucked behind his ear when he's not using it. Better than usual, you say, hopping down from the wagon. Here, try it. You tap one of the barrels right there on the street, filling a cup with the amber liquid. Harrison takes it sceptically. He's tasted hundreds of whiskies in his career as a merchant, and most of them range from barely drinkable to actively unpleasant. But his expression changes as soon as the liquid touches his tongue. What in the name of... He trails off, taking another sip. How long have you been holding out on me? You explain about the barrels, the charring, and the accidental aging. Harrison listens with the focused attention of a man who recognises an opportunity when he tastes one. By the time you finish talking, he's made his decision. I'll take it all, he says. Every barrel you've got, and I'll pay you double the usual rate. Triple, even if you can guarantee me a regular supply of whiskey of this quality. You negotiate for another few minutes, but your heart isn't in it. The price he's offering is more than fair, probably more than you should accept on the first sale. But Harrison isn't stupid. He knows that whiskey this good will sell for even more when he moves it downriver to New Orleans, where people have money, and refined tastes and a taste for luxury goods. It's better to lock you in now with a generous price than risk you finding another buyer who might appreciate the quality. The transaction concluded, you help Harrison's workers roll the barrels into his storage building, a substantial structure with a cellar dug deep enough that the temperature stays relatively constant year-round. He pays you in silver coins that clink pleasantly in the leather pouch you carry for such purposes, More money than you've seen in one place since you bought the land for your farm. You're on the road back from Lexington, the empty wagon rattling along much faster than it did when loaded, your pocket heavy with coins and your mind heavy with thoughts. The sun is past its peak now, slanting in from the west, and you're making good time. You should be home well before dark, which means you can actually help with evening chores instead of arriving exhausted and useless. The question occupying your thoughts is what to call this new whiskey. Harrison had asked, quite reasonably, if it had a name, and you'd had to admit that you'd just been thinking of it as the whiskey from the charred barrels, or the aged whiskey, neither of which exactly rolls off the tongue or sounds particularly marketable. He'd suggested you think about it and come up with something distinctive that people could ask for by name. The problem is that naming things has never been your strength. Your mule is named Mule. Your cow is named Cow. Your dog, back when you had one, was named Dog until he died of old age, and you never got around to replacing him. You're practical about most things, but creativity in naming isn't something that comes naturally. Bourbon County whiskey, maybe? You live in what's technically Bourbon County, named after the French royal family in gratitude for France's help during the Revolution. Most of the whiskey being made in Kentucky comes from this general area, so it would make sense to associate it with the place. But that feels almost too obvious, too simple. Surely someone else will think of that eventually, and then where will you be? You let your mind wander, watching the forest slide past on both sides of the road. The trees here are magnificent. Massive oaks and hickories and maples that must be hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than you are tall. They've stood here since long before European settlers arrived, witnesses to everything that's happened in this valley, and they'll probably still be standing long after you're dead and forgotten. There's something humbling about that, something that puts your small concerns about whiskey names into perspective. A creek crosses the road ahead, running clear and cold over smooth stones. You let the mule stop and drink, sitting in the afternoon shade and listening to the water chuckle over its rocky bed. This is the kind of moment that makes all the hard work worthwhile. These minutes of peace and natural beauty, when you're not actively struggling against something or rushing to finish some task. You drink from your own water jug, eating a piece of the cornbread your wife packed, letting the quietness sink into you. The name question follows you home and stays with you through the evening chores and supper, and the quiet hour before bed when you and your wife sit by the fire and talk about the day. She suggests calling it Creek Water Whiskey, after the limestone spring that provides your water, but that doesn't feel quite right either. Too literal somehow, and it doesn't capture what makes the whiskey special. Days pass, then weeks, and still the name question remains unsolved. You make another batch of whiskey, filling more charred barrels, committed now to the aging process even though you still don't fully understand all the variables involved. Harrison sends word that the first shipment sold out almost immediately in New Orleans, and he wants more as soon as possible. Other distillers in the area are starting to notice what you're doing and asking questions about your techniques. And you answer honestly because it's not in your nature to hoard knowledge. Besides, competition will be good for everyone. It'll push you all to improve, to experiment, and to discover new variations on what you've accidentally created. The barrel you're aging for a full year sits in the shed like a patient promise. Every week or so you tap it, just a small taste to see how it's developing, and the changes are subtle but real. The flavours are deepening, becoming more integrated, and the sharp edges are smoothing away until what remains is almost impossibly smooth. You're not sure it's actually better than the 2-month aged whiskey. It's different certainly, more refined in some ways, but perhaps less vibrant. But the experiment is valuable regardless of the outcome. One evening in late October, a rider comes up the road just as you're finishing the evening chores. He's a young man, probably not yet 20, dressed in the rough clothes of someone who works for a living rather than for show. He introduces himself as a representative from a tavern keeper in Louisville who's heard about your whiskey and wants to buy it directly rather than going through Harrison's operation in Lexington. You invite him inside, pour him a cup of the 2-month aged whiskey, and watch his face light up with the same expression everyone has when they taste it for the first time. He's prepared to make an offer on the spot, he says, and the price he mentions is even higher than what Harrison is paying. You negotiate in a friendly way, neither of you trying to take advantage, and eventually settle on terms that seem fair to both parties. "What do you call it?" the young man asks as he's preparing to leave. "The tavern keeper will want to know what to put on the sign." And suddenly, without planning it, the answer is there. "Bourbon," you say. "Call it Bourbon." It's not your decision exactly. The name has been hovering around the edges of your consciousness for weeks now, inevitable as weather. But saying it out loud makes it real. Bourbon, simple, direct, and tied to the place without being awkwardly long. The young man nods, repeating it to himself, clearly liking the sound of it. Bourbon. After he leaves, your wife looks at you with raised eyebrows. Bourbon? That's what we're going with. Unless you have a better idea, you say. But you can tell from her expression that she approves, or at least doesn't disapprove strongly enough to argue about it. And that's how it happens, with less ceremony than you might expect for something that will eventually become famous. No official declaration, no legal registration, just a practical answer to a practical question. The whiskey you make, aged in charred oak barrels until it turns amber and smooth, will be called bourbon. Other people are probably calling their whiskey the same thing, or will be soon, and over time the name will become standardized, associated with Kentucky and with the specific techniques that you and others are developing. But here, now, on this October evening with the first frost of the season glittering on the grass outside, bourbon is just a word you've chosen because it fits. You're in the still house on a December morning, cold enough that your breath makes clouds in the air, feeding wood into the firebox beneath the copper still. The fire is just catching, flames licking up around the logs, and you can already feel the heat beginning to radiate outward. This is good work for a winter day. The still house will be warm soon, almost too warm, and the contrast with the freezing air outside makes the heat feel like a gift rather than a burden. There's been talk lately, in the taverns and at the church meetings and wherever men gather to discuss business, about a Baptist preacher over in Fayette County named Elijah Craig who's also making whiskey using the charred barrel technique. Some people are saying he invented it, that he was the first to discover how aging in charred oak transforms the spirit. You've heard these stories with mixed feelings, partly amused, partly irritated, and partly just philosophical about the way history gets written. The truth, as you understand it, is that several people probably discovered the technique around the same time, all working independently, all responding to the same circumstances. Craig is a preacher, and therefore more memorable and more likely to be remembered and talked about. You're just a farmer who happens to also make whiskey, not particularly noteworthy except for the quality of what you produce. If Craig wants to be known as the father of bourbon, you're not going to fight him for the title. There's enough market for everyone, and honestly, the less attention you attract, the better. But it does make you think about how stories become established, how one version of events becomes the official version while others fade away. Craig is charismatic and educated and good at promoting himself. He gives sermons that people remember, makes connections with influential men, and understands how to shape narratives. You just make whiskey. In 100 years, assuming bourbon is still being made, people will probably credit Craig with inventing it, and that's fine. The invention matters more than the inventor, really. And besides, who's to say that Craig didn't come up with it independently, maybe even before you did? The still is heating now, the temperature rising steadily, and you check the thermometer you've installed in the side of the pot. 150 degrees, still well below the boiling point of water but getting warmer. You've learned through experience that distillation is all about temperature control. Too cool and nothing happens, too hot and you boil off everything, including the compounds you don't want. The sweet spot is narrow, requiring constant attention and adjustment, which is why you can't leave the still unattended for more than a few minutes at a time during a run. Your wife brings you dinner around noon, a bowl of bean soup and some fresh bread, and sits with you while you eat. She's been to church recently, where Craig gave a guest sermon, and she reports that he spoke eloquently about the virtue of hard work and the importance of using God's gifts wisely. He mentioned whiskey making specifically, she says, as an example of taking the raw materials of creation and transforming them into something of greater value. Did he mention the charred barrels, you ask, more curious than anything. He did, she says. He talked about how the fire purifies, how the char filters out impurities and improves the spirit. He made it sound almost religious, like the whiskey is being baptized or something. You laugh at that because it's absurd and also kind of brilliant. Leave it to a preacher to find religious significance in bourbon making. But there's something to it too. Something about transformation and patience and the way time and specific conditions can turn something ordinary into something exceptional. If Craig wants to frame it in religious terms, that's his prerogative. And honestly, it might help bourbon gain acceptance among people who would otherwise be suspicious of alcohol. The afternoon passes in the familiar rhythm of distilling, feeding the fire, watching the temperature, collecting the output, and judging whether it's heads or hearts or tails. The heads come first, containing the volatile compounds that will make you go blind if you drink them. These you discard, pouring them into a bucket that you'll eventually use for cleaning metal or starting fires. The hearts come next, the good middle run where the alcohol is clean and strong and suitable for aging. The tails come last, weaker and containing compounds that taste bad or might make you sick. These you'll save to redistill with the next batch, extracting whatever useful alcohol they contain. By evening you've collected about 10 gallons of good hearts, clear liquid that smells sharp and clean and is ready to be transformed by charred oak and thyme. You'll let it rest overnight, and then tomorrow you'll fill another barrel and add it to the aging shed. The cycle continues, batch after batch, each one representing a week or two of work and then months or years of waiting. Over the following weeks, the story about Elijah Craig inventing bourbon becomes more widespread. You hear it at the general store, at the mill and at church, always told with slight variations, but the basic narrative is consistent. Craig, the brilliant preacher, discovering through divine inspiration or careful experimentation, or possibly just accident that charred barrels improve whiskey. Your own role, to the extent it's mentioned at all, is as one of the early adopters who recognised Craig's genius and copied his technique. This bothers you less than you thought it would. You've never been someone who needs recognition or fame, and honestly, being associated with Craig's name might help your whiskey sell better. People trust preachers, or at least they trust them more than they trust random farmers. If Craig's endorsement, even an indirect endorsement through association, helps convince people that bourbon is a quality product, rather than just another harsh frontier spirit, then you're happy to fade into the background. What matters more is the work itself. The daily practice of making whiskey as well as you know how, constantly learning and adjusting and trying to improve. You've started keeping notes in a leather-bound journal where you record details about each batch. The corn variety, the fermentation temperature, the still temperature during different parts of the run, the barrel characteristics, the aging time, and the weather conditions. It's not systematic scientific research, just one man trying to understand his craft better, but it's something. You're sitting on your porch on a warm spring evening, the kind where the temperature is perfect and the air smells like growing things, and you can hear frogs singing from the creek down the hill. Your nearest neighbour, a man named Thompson, who farms about 3 miles to the east, has stopped by on his way home from Lexington, and you've poured him a cup of bourbon, not the aged stuff, just regular 2-month whiskey that you're comfortable sharing. Thompson sips it slowly, making appreciative noises. He's a taciturn man normally, not given to elaborate compliments, but he's on his second cup and getting more talkative. "This is smooth," he says, which from Thompson is high praise. "Smoothest whiskey I've had in Kentucky, and I've had most of them." You accept the compliment with a nod, not making a big deal of it. Thompson isn't here just to drink. He's got something on his mind. You can tell from the way he keeps starting to speak and then stopping himself. You wait, patient, letting the evening sounds fill the silence between you. Finally he comes out with it. "I'm thinking of starting my own operation," he says. "Distilling, I mean. There's money in it, clearly, and I've got corn I could use instead of selling. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share some of what you know." This is a question you've been getting more often lately, as word spreads about bourbon, and more farmers realise there's value in the process. Your instinct is to help. Knowledge shared is knowledge preserved, and besides, you don't see Thompson as competition so much as a potential ally. The more good bourbon being made in Kentucky, the better for everyone. So you talk him through it, starting with the basics of fermentation and working up through distillation techniques and barrel aging. Thompson listens carefully, asking good questions and taking mental notes. You can tell he's serious about this, not just looking for a quick profit, but genuinely interested in learning the craft. By the time he leaves, well after dark, you've agreed to let him observe your next distilling run, and to help him source barrels from the same cooper who makes yours. Word gets around. Within a month, you've had visits from a half-dozen other farmers, all interested in bourbon making, all asking for advice. You help where you can, sharing what you've learned, though you're careful not to present yourself as an expert. You're just a few years ahead of them on the learning curve, that's all, and everything you know has come from trial and error rather than formal education. Some of your visitors bring their own whiskey to share, and you taste it critically, offering suggestions where you see room for improvement. This one is too harsh, probably distilled too hot. Try lowering the temperature and being more selective about what you collect. That one is too weak, likely diluted too much. Trust the strength, let it be potent. The aging will smooth it out. This other one has off flavours, possibly from dirty equipment or contaminated yeast. Clean everything more thoroughly between batches. You're building a community without really meaning to. A network of bourbon makers who share information and help each other improve. It's not organised or formal, just neighbours helping neighbours in the traditional frontier way. But it's effective. The average quality of Kentucky bourbon is improving, and the market is responding. Merchants in Louisville and Lexington are starting to actively seek out Kentucky whiskey, preferring it over spirits from other states. The year barrel, which you've been monitoring all this time, finally reaches its first anniversary in the shed. You tap it on a morning in late spring, with your wife standing beside you to witness the result of this long experiment. The whiskey that flows out is darker than the 2-month age version, almost the colour of strong tea, and the smell is intensely complex. Oak and vanilla and caramel and something else. Some subtle note that you can't quite identify but that makes your mouth water in anticipation. You taste it carefully and it's magnificent. Smoother than anything you've made before, with flavours that seem to evolve and change as you hold the liquid in your mouth. It's almost too smooth, you think. There's such a thing as too much refinement where the drink loses its character. But it's undeniably impressive. You could probably charge even more for this year-age bourbon, and find buyers who appreciate the extra complexity and are willing to pay for it. But there's a practical problem. The longer you age whiskey, the more you lose to evaporation and absorption into the barrel wood. What you put into the barrel 12 months ago as 50 gallons has probably become 45 gallons or less, meaning you're losing 10% or more of your product at a time. At 2 months, the loss is minimal, maybe 2 or 3%. At a year, it becomes significant. The question is whether the improved quality justifies the reduced quantity, and that's a calculation that involves both math and philosophy. You decide to split the difference. Most barrels will age for 3 to 4 months, a sweet spot where the whiskey has developed complexity, but the evaporation losses are still manageable. A few special barrels will age longer, maybe 6 months to a year, to produce premium bourbon for buyers willing to pay extra. It's a compromise, but distilling has taught you that most of life is compromise. Balancing competing priorities, making decisions with imperfect information, and doing the best you can with what you've got. You're 73 years old, sitting in the same chair where you've sat for the past 40 years, watching the sun set over the same ridge of trees. Your hands are twisted with arthritis now, knuckles swollen and fingers bent in ways they weren't meant to bend, but they still work well enough for light tasks. The heavy work of distilling has been taken over by your son and grandson, who run the operation with the same careful attention you taught them, though they've added innovations of their own. Better temperature controls, more systematic, record-keeping, and relationships with buyers across multiple states. The bourbon business has grown beyond anything you imagined during those early experimental years. What you discovered by accident has become an industry, with dozens of distilleries operating across Kentucky and even spreading to other states. The name bourbon is now standard, associated specifically with whiskey made from corn and aged in charred oak barrels, though the exact requirements are still being debated and refined. Some people insist it must be made in Bourbon County specifically, while others argue that the technique is what matters, not the location. Elijah Craig died years ago, and his story has indeed become the dominant narrative about bourbon's invention. You've long since stopped caring about credit or recognition. What matters is that the tradition continues, that the knowledge you and others discovered is being preserved and passed down. Your grandson knows things about fermentation chemistry that you never learned, and understands the science behind what you only knew through observation and experience. That's progress, and you're grateful for it. The barrels in the aging shed, a much larger shed now, more like a warehouse, contain whiskey at various stages of aging, from fresh distillate to spirits that have been resting for 2 or 3 years. The long aging is becoming more popular among buyers who appreciate the extra smoothness and complexity, though there's still a market for the younger bourbon too. Different styles for different tastes, your son likes to say, and you agree with the wisdom of that. Your wife died 2 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, and her absence is a hollow place in your daily routine that never quite fills in. She'd lived to see the bourbon business become successful, had enjoyed the relative prosperity it brought, and had even developed her own opinions about which batches were best. She preferred the 3-month age bourbon, you remember, saying it had liveliness that the older stuff sometimes lacked. You keep a bottle of 3-month bourbon on the shelf in her memory, occasionally pouring a small glass and toasting her absence. The coop who taught you about charring barrels is long dead too, though his sons have taken over the business and expanded it considerably. They're supplying barrels to distilleries all over Kentucky now, and they've refined the charring process to include different levels: light char, medium char, and heavy char, each producing slightly different flavours in the finished whiskey. It's become an art form, this marriage of wood and fire and time, and you're pleased to have played even a small role in its development. Thompson, your old neighbour who asked for advice all those years ago, became a successful bourbon maker in his own right. He died last winter at the age of 81, and his funeral drew distillers from across the state, all of them gathering to honour a man who'd contributed to the craft. You went, despite the difficulty of travel at your age, and you listened to stories about Thompson's innovations and generosity and stubborn insistence on quality. It felt right, honouring him that way, recognising that bourbon is bigger than any individual, and that everyone who makes it well deserves respect. The taste of bourbon has become familiar to you to the point where you barely notice it anymore, though you still take a small glass most evenings, more out of habit than desire. Your grandson teases you about this, saying you're pickled in bourbon, preserved like fruit in alcohol, and you laugh because it's probably true. The whiskey has been part of your life for so long that you can't imagine existence without it. The smell of fermenting mash, the heat of the still house, the quiet patience of the aging shed, all of it woven into the fabric of who you are. On summer evenings, when the weather is good, you sometimes have visitors, younger distillers who want to hear stories about the early days, historians interested in documenting how bourbon developed, and even the occasional journalist writing articles for newspapers in Louisville or Lexington. You tell them what you remember, though your memory isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you sometimes mix up the sequence of events or forget important details. They write down your words anyway, treating them as valuable even when you're not sure they are. The question they always ask is whether you realised, back in those early days, that you were creating something that would last. And the honest answer is no, you didn't. You were just trying to make a living, trying to find some value in the corn you grew and the skills you'd inherited from your father. The discovery of aging in charred barrels was pure accident, motivated by nothing more profound than convenience and curiosity. That it turned into a tradition, into an industry, into something that people associate with Kentucky and American craftsmanship, that was never planned, never foreseen. But maybe that's how all traditions start, you think. Not through grand design, but through small decisions, practical solutions to immediate problems, and accidents that turn out to be improvements. Someone tries something different, it works, they do it again, other people notice and copy it, and gradually it becomes the standard way of doing things. Nobody sits down and declares, I shall now create a tradition. Traditions emerge, evolve, and accumulate meaning through repetition and time. The sun has set fully now, the sky fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Your grandson calls from inside the house, asking if you want supper, and you push yourself up from the chair with the deliberate effort that all movement requires at your age. The walk to the house is short, but you take it slowly, aware of your body's limitations, grateful for what strength remains. Inside, the table is set and the food is ready. Beans and cornbread and bacon. Simple food that tastes better than elaborate meals ever did. Your grandson pours you a small glass of 3-month-aged bourbon from a barrel that you helped fill last spring without asking, and you sip it while the family eats and talks about tomorrow's work. The whiskey is warm and smooth and familiar, tasting of oak and corn and thyme, tasting like home. After supper you sit by the fire a while longer, watching the flames dance and feeling the bourbon's gentle warmth spreading through your chest. In the morning there will be work to do. There's always work to do. But tonight there's just this quiet contentment, this satisfaction of having lived long enough to see something you helped create outlive you. The bourbon will continue after you're gone, made by people who never knew you, drunk by people who've never heard your name, and that's exactly as it should be. You close your eyes, listening to your grandson and his wife talking in low voices in the next room, hearing the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of a whippoorwill calling from the dark woods. Somewhere in the aging shed, the barrels are doing their patient work. Thyme and oak transforming raw spirit into something smoother, richer, and more complex. You don't need to be there watching it happen. The process continues whether you're present or not, reliable as sunrise, steady as seasons. This is the thing they don't tell you about traditions. They're not frozen in time, preserved like specimens in jars. They're alive, changing, and adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The bourbon your grandson makes isn't identical to what you made 50 years ago. It's better in some ways, different in others, but it's recognisably the same thing, connected by an unbroken thread of practice and knowledge and care. You're nearly asleep in your chair when your grandson gently shakes your shoulder, helping you up and guiding you to your bedroom. The bed feels good, the blankets heavy and warm, and you sink into them with a sigh of relief. Tomorrow you'll wake and the cycle will continue. Another day of bourbon making, another small contribution to the tradition you accidentally helped start. But tonight sleep comes easy, and your dreams are quiet, untroubled, and peaceful as aged bourbon on a warm evening. Before we talk about the explorers themselves, you need to understand what they were walking into. The Arctic isn't just cold. That's like saying the ocean is just wet. It's a fundamental reimagining of what Earth can be. A place where the normal rules governing comfortable human existence simply pack up and leave town. Imagine standing at the edge of the Arctic ice pack on a calm day in late spring. The silence hits you first, and it's not the peaceful quiet of a library or the gentle hush of snowfall in your backyard. This is a silence so complete it has physical weight. Your ears strain for something, anything to process, but there's nothing except perhaps the distant crack of ice, or the whisper of wind across snow that might have fallen a century ago. The air itself feels different in your lungs. At 40 below zero, each breath is an event requiring conscious attention. The moisture in your breath crystallizes instantly, creating what Arctic explorers called frost smoke, tiny ice crystals that hang in the air before your face like a personal cloud. You can actually hear your breath freeze, a sound somewhere between a whisper and a crackle that becomes the background music of Arctic travel. The light in the high Arctic does things that seem physically impossible if you've only experienced light in temperate climates. During summer, the sun circles the horizon like a confused insect that can't find the exit, never quite setting, casting shadows that rotate but never disappear. This perpetual twilight creates a landscape where time loses meaning. Is it 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon? Your watch insists on one thing, but the unchanging light suggests that time itself has frozen along with everything else. Winter brings the opposite experience. Darkness that lasts for months, broken only by moonlight reflecting off ice and snow, creating a ghostly landscape of greys and blacks and deep blues. The stars are so bright they seem artificial, like someone scattered diamonds across velvet and then turned up the contrast settings. The aurora borealis ripples across the sky in curtains of green and purple, and early explorers, watching this display from their frozen ships, sometimes wondered if they'd left Earth entirely. The ice itself is not the flat uniform surface you might imagine. Pressure ridges form where ice flows collide, creating jagged walls of frozen chaos that can rise 30 feet high. These ridges look like the ruins of ancient glass cities, all sharp angles and translucent blue, beautiful and utterly impassable. Between the ridges, the ice is sometimes smooth enough to walk on, but more often it's rough, broken, and treacherous. Every step requires attention because a momentary lapse can mean a twisted ankle or worse. Open water, called leads by Arctic explorers, appears without warning as the ice fractures under stress. One moment you're walking on solid ice, the next you're standing at the edge of an abyss of dark water that's only a few degrees above freezing. These leads can be a few feet wide or span miles, and they open and close according to currents and pressures that are impossible to predict. They're like the Arctic's way of keeping you honest, a reminder that the ground beneath your feet is temporary and conditional. The cold does strange things to solid objects. Metal becomes brittle and can shatter like glass. Wood loses its flexibility and cracks. Anything containing moisture, and most things contain moisture, will freeze and expand, breaking whatever container holds it. Early explorers learned these lessons the hard way, watching their carefully prepared equipment fail in ways no one had anticipated, because no one had tested anything at these temperatures. The wildlife that manages to survive here has made adaptations that border on the supernatural. Polar bears, those lords of the ice, have transparent fur that appears white, but actually allows sunlight to reach their black skin, creating a biological solar heating system. Arctic foxes can survive temperatures that would kill most mammals in minutes. Seals maintain breathing holes in the ice with the dedication of medieval monks maintaining monastery gardens. Knowing their survival depends on keeping those small openings clear. This was the world that Arctic explorers chose to enter. Not chosen casually, not stumbled into by accident, but deliberately selected as their destination after careful consideration of all available options. Which raises an obvious question. What kind of person looks at this landscape and thinks, yes, that's where I want to spend the next several years of my life? The preparation for an Arctic expedition in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was less like packing for a camping trip, and more like provisioning a small mobile city that would need to be entirely self-sufficient for years. There were no supply drops, no emergency evacuations, and no way to call for help if things went wrong. Once you departed, you were committed. Planning began years before departure, usually in comfortable offices in London, Oslo or New York, where expedition organisers would sit around polished tables and make decisions about matters they'd never personally experienced. How much food does a man need per day when sledging in negative 40-degree weather? How many spare runners for the sledges? How much fuel for cooking and heat when there's no wood and no alternative? These calculations had to be perfect, because there was no margin for error. The food provisions read like a quartermaster's fever dream. Ships would carry tons of pemmican, a mixture of dried meat and fat that was nutritionally dense, practically indestructible, and about as appealing as eating candle wax mixed with sawdust. There were tons of flour, sugar, tea, tobacco, and canned goods in quantities that required complex mathematical calculations to ensure each man could be fed adequately for the duration of the expedition. Victorian-era explorers made some spectacularly questionable decisions about provisions. Some expeditions brought fine china and silver cutlery, because gentlemen apparently could not be expected to eat with their hands even when trapped in Arctic ice. They packed libraries of books, musical instruments, and, in one memorable case, a hand-cranked organ that weighed several £100. These items seemed essential in the comfort of planning rooms, but became increasingly absurd when men were struggling to haul sledges across broken ice. Clothing received enormous attention because everyone understood that staying warm was the difference between survival and becoming a frozen memorial to poor planning. The standard outfit for Arctic travel was like wearing an entire closet simultaneously. You started with wool long underwear, added wool trousers and a shirt, then a wool sweater, then canvas or leather outer trousers, then a wool jacket, then a canvas or leather outer jacket. On your feet went wool socks, usually several pairs, then fur boots or specially designed leather boots with felt lining. The fur clothing that indigenous Arctic peoples had refined over thousands of years was far superior to anything Europeans could design. But Victorian pride often prevented explorers from adopting what they saw as primitive solutions. Some expeditions stubbornly stuck with wool and canvas even after observing that Inuit hunters in their caribou skin anoraks could work comfortably in conditions that left Europeans shivering inside their multiple layers. The ships themselves required extensive modification for Arctic service. Hulls needed reinforcement with extra timbers to withstand ice pressure. Heating systems had to be installed and tested. Storage had to be organised so that everything needed for survival was accessible even when the ship was listing heavily or partially crushed by ice. Some ships had their bows specially shaped to ride up onto the ice rather than meeting it head-on, a technique that could save a ship or merely delay its inevitable crushing. Selecting the crew was perhaps the most critical decision. You needed sailors who could handle a ship in the most demanding conditions imaginable. You needed carpenters, blacksmiths, and general handymen who could repair anything, because there would be no replacement parts. You needed hunters who could provide fresh meat when game was available. You needed scientists to justify the expedition and collect data that would satisfy the geographic societies funding the venture. But beyond technical skills, you needed psychological resilience that was almost impossible to test in advance. How does someone handle months of darkness? How do they cope with the claustrophobia of being trapped on a ship with the same 30 people for years? How do they respond when things go wrong, as they inevitably will? The expedition leaders tried to screen for these qualities, but it was largely guesswork. You couldn't know how someone would handle the Arctic until they were actually there. The families of crew members faced their own ordeal. In an era before radio communication, saying goodbye meant accepting that you might hear nothing for years. Letters could be sent back with whaling ships encountered early in the voyage, but after that, silence. Wives raised children who barely remembered their fathers. Parents aged without knowing if their sons were alive or frozen somewhere on the ice. This uncertainty was its own form of cold that affected people who never left comfortable homes. Medical preparation was particularly challenging because Arctic conditions created health problems that no European doctor had experience treating. Scurvy, that disease caused by vitamin C deficiency, was the great killer of Arctic expeditions, yet its cause wasn't fully understood until the early 20th century. Frostbite, snow blindness, lead poisoning from canned goods, accidents with equipment, infections with no antibiotics available. The expedition doctor had to be prepared for all of this with a medical kit that could fit in a few wooden boxes. The psychological preparation, such as it was, consisted mainly of reading accounts from previous expeditions, which ranged from triumphant to horrifying. Would-be explorers could read about Fridtjof Nansen deliberately freezing a ship into the ice and drifting across the Arctic Ocean, or they could read about the Franklin expedition, which disappeared entirely with 129 men and was later found to have ended in starvation and desperation. These accounts were meant to inform, but one has to wonder if they didn't also function as a final test. If you read about men eating their boots and still wanted to go, well, you were either admirably dedicated or questionably sane. The transformation of a ship from mobile vessel to frozen prison happened gradually, almost gently. You'd be sailing through increasingly ice-choked waters, manoeuvring around floes, making progress measured in miles per day rather than hours. Then the progress would slow to yards. Then the ice would close in like a hand slowly making a fist. And one morning you'd wake to realise the ship wasn't going anywhere. Not today, not tomorrow, not until spring thaw released you. If it released you. Being trapped in the ice was the plan for most Arctic expeditions. They deliberately winter over, using the ship as a base for exploration and scientific work. But there's a significant difference between intellectually understanding you'll be frozen in place and actually experiencing it. The ship that had been your transportation suddenly became your entire world. A wooden universe measuring perhaps 150 feet long and 30 feet wide. The daily routine on an icebound ship was carefully structured because routine was the only thing standing between civilized behaviour and cabin fever. Morning began at a specific time regardless of whether there was daylight or darkness outside. Sailors would emerge from their hammocks or bunks in the forecastle, where dozens of men slept in a space that would feel cramped for half that number. The air in the sleeping quarters was thick with breath and body heat, creating condensation that froze on the walls and ceiling in intricate patterns of frost flowers. Breakfast was typically a substantial meal because men needed calories to stay warm. Porridge, bacon, bread, tea or coffee. Food that provided heat both in the eating and in the digesting. The galley stove became the social centre of the ship, with men clustering around it whenever they weren't specifically needed elsewhere. The stove radiated a warmth that never quite reached the far corners of the ship, creating distinct temperature zones from almost comfortable to painfully cold. Work assignments kept everyone busy and prevented the depression that could settle over a crew like another layer of darkness. There was always something to maintain, repair or prepare. Ice needed to be cleared from around the ship. Instruments needed tending. Scientific observations had to be recorded with regularity that approached religious devotion. Temperature, barometric pressure, wind speed, and ice conditions were all carefully noted in logbooks that might be the expedition's only lasting contribution. The officers and scientists generally had individual cabins, though cabin makes them sound larger and more private than they were. Your cabin might be 6 feet by 8 feet, containing a bunk, a small desk, and perhaps one shelf for personal items. The walls were wood, and despite layers of felt and other insulation, frost formed on every surface. You'd wake with your breath frozen to your blankets. Ink would freeze in your pen while you were writing. Books had to be kept near the stove or their pages would become brittle and crack. Entertainment was crucial for maintaining morale during the long Arctic winter. Ships carried extensive libraries, hundreds of books that men would read and reread until they could recite passages from memory. Musical instruments provided distraction, with impromptu concerts filling the ship with sounds that seemed absurdly cheerful given the circumstances. Some ships produced newspapers, with crew members writing articles, poems, and humorous observations about life aboard. These handwritten publications were elaborate jokes that everyone participated in, because the alternative was dwelling on their situation. The darkness of the Arctic winter did strange things to human psychology. For months, the sun never rose above the horizon, leaving the world in twilight or darkness. This absence of normal day-night cycles disrupted sleep patterns and created a pervasive weariness that was as much psychological as physical. Men would sleep poorly, wake unrested, and struggle through days that felt interminable, despite being carefully structured. Meals became the tent poles around which each day was organised. Lunch, dinner, and evening tea marked the passage of time in ways that clocks couldn't. The food itself became monotonous. There's only so much variation possible with canned and dried provisions, but the ritual of gathering, eating together, and taking time away from work provided necessary structure. Special occasions called for special meals, with expedition leaders dipping into limited stores of luxuries to mark Christmas, birthdays, or anniversaries with something beyond the standard fare. The cold inside the ship was a constant presence that required continuous negotiation. The main cabin, where officers and scientists gathered, might be kept at around 40 or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds miserable, but felt almost warm compared to outside. Men dressed in layers even indoors, keeping wool hats on while they read or wrote. Writing anything required determination because your fingers would go numb within minutes of removing gloves. Hygiene became challenging to the point of near impossibility. Bathing in sub-zero temperatures was not merely uncomfortable, but potentially dangerous. Some ships had small washing facilities, but using them meant exposing your skin to air that could cause frostbite in seconds. Most men settled for spot cleaning with minimal water and accepted that they would smell like a combination of unwashed wool, seal oil and tobacco smoke until spring thaw permitted a proper wash. The sounds of the ice became the soundtrack of winter. The The ship would creak and groan as ice pressure built up against the hull. Sometimes the ice would crack with reports like artillery fire, sudden and sharp enough to wake sleeping men. At other times, the pressure would build slowly, creating a constant groaning that was almost worse than the sudden cracks, because you knew the ship was being slowly crushed, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Fear was a constant companion, though it was rarely discussed openly. The crushing of a ship by ice pressure was not uncommon. The men knew the statistics, knew the ships that had been lost, and knew that their wooden hull was the only thing standing between them and the frozen sea. At night, lying in their bunks, they could hear the ice working on the ship's timbers and could feel the structure shift and settle under enormous pressures. They trusted their ship and trusted the reinforcements and special construction, but trust and certainty are very different things. Eventually, the walls of even the most comfortable ship would start to feel oppressive, and expeditions would send out parties to establish camps on the ice itself. This was where the real work of Arctic exploration happened. The sledging journeys that would map unknown territories, reach the pole, or make scientific observations impossible from a stationary ship. Your sledging camp would be simple because simplicity was survival. The tent was your new home, usually made of canvas or thin fabric that did almost nothing to insulate against the cold, but at least provided shelter from wind. Setting up camp after a day of sledging was a process refined through painful experience. First, you'd select a spot. Flat ice if you were lucky, broken ice if you weren't. The sledges would be arranged to block wind. Then the tent would go up, a process that required removing mittens and working with numb fingers to secure the structure. Inside the tent, space was absolutely minimal. You might be sharing this space with 2 or 3 other men, and when everyone was lying down in their sleeping bags, there was no room to move without disturbing someone else. All the equipment, cooking stove, fuel, food supplies, spare clothing, scientific instruments, had to fit in this small space while leaving just enough room for the men themselves. The sleeping bag was your most intimate companion, a reindeer skin or wool cocoon that was simultaneously your greatest comfort and a source of ongoing misery. Each night, you'd climb into a bag already damp with the previous night's moisture from your breath and body heat. This moisture would freeze during the day while you were sledging, and you'd spend the first hour of each night shivering in a frozen sleeping bag, using body heat to slowly thaw it into something approaching comfort. By morning, the bag would be damp again, slightly heavier from accumulated ice, and a few degrees more unpleasant than the night before. Cooking in a tent was performance art of the most demanding sort. You'd light a small stove, usually burning seal oil, petroleum, or later, more refined fuels, and tend it carefully because extinguishing it meant starting over and wasting precious fuel. The stove provided a small circle of warmth, perhaps 2 feet in diameter. Outside that circle, the temperature remained well below 0. You'd melt ice for water, heat the water to boiling, prepare pemmican stew or cocoa, and try to eat the resulting meal before it froze solid in your tin cup. The etiquette of tent life was unwritten but absolute. You didn't complain about the cold because everyone was cold. You didn't talk about food you wished you had because everyone wished they had better food. You took your turn with camp chores without being asked because survival depended on everyone pulling their weight. Small irritations, someone taking more than their share of space, someone snoring, someone's habits, had to be ignored because allowing small tensions to escalate could destroy a party's cohesion. Personal hygiene in a sledging camp was essentially abandoned. You wore the same clothes day after day because changing required exposing skin to killing cold. Your face might get wiped with snow if you had energy and inclination, but proper washing was impossible. Men would go weeks without removing any clothing, living in progressively filthier garments that accumulated sweat, smoke, seal oil, and the general grime of Arctic travel. The smell inside a tent after several weeks of this would have been impressive, but cold suppresses odours and exhaustion suppresses caring. The morning routine began with the unpleasant task of leaving your sleeping bag while the tent was still cold. Someone, usually rotating duty, had to light the stove and start melting ice for breakfast, while everyone else delayed the inevitable moment of emerging from their bags. Once the stove was going and hot food was available, the transition from sleep to preparation for the day's march became manageable, though never pleasant. Breaking camp was the reverse of setting it up, with everything carefully packed onto sledges in a specific order. Things needed most often went on top or in easy-to-access positions. Things needed rarely went deeper. Every item had its place because in a blizzard or in failing light, you couldn't afford to waste time searching for something buried in the wrong sledge. The sledges themselves were marvels of functional design, evolved through generations of Arctic travel. Long and narrow, usually around 10 feet long and 2 feet wide, they were built to distribute weight across snow and ice, while remaining light enough to be hauled by men or dogs. Loading a sledge was a skill requiring experience. Too much weight forward and it would dig into snow, too much weight back and it would drag. The load had to be balanced and secured firmly, but also accessible because you might need to access supplies during the day's march. Dog teams, when used, created their own set of challenges and rewards. The dogs were tough, capable of pulling enormous loads in conditions that would kill most animals, but they required feeding, management and constant attention. A good lead dog was worth its weight in pemmican, capable of finding the trail in whiteout conditions and keeping the rest of the team moving when they wanted to curl up and wait out bad weather. A poor led dog could tangle the whole team, create chaos, and waste hours of daylight that could never be recovered. Man-hauling, pulling sledges without dogs, was the purest approach favoured by some expeditions, particularly British ones. The theory was that men pulling their own sledges were self-sufficient, not dependent on animals that required food and care. The reality was that man-hauling was brutally hard work, transforming grown men into draft animals straining in harnesses for hours each day. It was noble in a way, but nobility doesn't keep you warm or make the sledge any lighter. Let's talk about what cold actually does to your body, because understanding this helps explain why Arctic exploration was so difficult, and why simply dressing warmly wasn't a complete solution. At 0 degrees Fahrenheit, cold is uncomfortable but manageable with proper clothing. At 20 below, it starts requiring real respect. At 40 below, which was common during Arctic expeditions, the cold becomes an active opponent that's constantly looking for ways to kill you. At 60 below or lower, temperatures regularly encountered by some expeditions, the cold stops being something you deal with and becomes something you survive hour by hour. Your body is a furnace that requires constant fuel, and in Arctic conditions that furnace has to work overtime. Basal metabolism, the energy you burn just staying alive, increases dramatically in extreme cold. Men on Arctic expeditions could consume 5,000 to 6,000 calories per day and still lose weight because their bodies were burning everything to maintain core temperature. They would eat amounts of food that would make a competitive eater pause and wake up hungry hours later. Frostbite was the ever-present danger that turned every moment of exposed skin into a calculated risk. Your nose, cheeks, ears, fingers and toes were most vulnerable, and frostbite damage was cumulative. A small patch of frostbite would heal but leave that area more susceptible to future damage. Men would complete expeditions with permanent damage to their extremities, toes or fingers lost to gangrene, noses scarred and discoloured, a permanent record of their time in the cold. The progression of frostbite was something every Arctic explorer learned to recognise. First, your skin would feel cold and perhaps tingle. Then it would go numb, which was dangerous because pain is your body's warning system. Without feeling, you might not realise you were damaging tissue until it was too late. The affected area would turn white or greyish, becoming waxy in appearance. This was the moment for immediate action, warming the area gradually, covering it, and hoping the damage wasn't permanent. Your breath was your enemy in sub-zero temperatures. The moisture in your breath would condense on any fabric near your mouth, scarves, coat collars, even beards, and freeze into ice. This ice would accumulate throughout the day, creating a frozen mass that pressed against your skin and blocked airflow. Men would return to camp with inches-thick ice frozen to their faces, which had to be carefully thawed to avoid ripping away skin along with the ice. Snow blindness was another hazard that turned the beautiful Arctic landscape into a source of agony. The sun reflecting off endless white surfaces created glare that could damage your eyes without proper protection. Early expeditions had crude solutions, darkened glasses, slits cut in wood or leather, but these weren't always effective. Snow blindness felt like having sand poured in your eyes, followed by intense pain, tearing, and temporary vision loss. Men afflicted with snow blindness had to be led by their companions, adding their weight to the burden of travel. The mental effects of extreme cold were less visible but equally challenging. Cold affects your ability to think clearly, to make good decisions, and to maintain focus on complex tasks. Men would struggle with calculations they could normally do in their sleep. They would forget things, make errors in judgment, and fail to recognise dangers that should have been obvious. This cognitive impairment happened gradually, so you might not realise your thinking was impaired until you'd already made a critical mistake. Sleep in extreme cold was never truly restful. Your body couldn't fully relax when it was constantly working to stay warm. You drift in and out of consciousness rather than sleeping deeply. Dreams were often vivid and strange, possibly because your brain was partially deprived of oxygen as you breathed the cold, thin air inside your tent. Men would wake after 8 hours of sleep, feeling more tired than when they had gone to bed. Clothing that worked perfectly well at 0 degrees would fail catastrophically at 40 below. Materials became brittle, leather cracked, metal fasteners became so cold they'd stick to skin and tear away flesh. Zippers, in later expeditions, would freeze solid and refuse to open or close. Every piece of equipment had to be tested at temperature extremes, and even then some failures couldn't be predicted until you were depending on that equipment in the field. The wind transformed merely cold temperatures into potentially lethal ones. Wind chill wasn't understood scientifically during the early days of Arctic exploration, but everyone understood experientially that still air at 40 below was survivable, while wind at the same temperature could kill you. The wind found every gap in your clothing, every opening in your shelter. It drove cold through layers of fabric as if they weren't there. On windy days, the only option was to hunker down and wait, because trying to travel was simply too dangerous. Amid all the hardship, danger, and discomfort, the Arctic offered moments of beauty so profound that they justified the suffering for many explorers. It's important to understand this because otherwise Arctic exploration seems like pure masochism, and while there might have been elements of that, there was also genuine wonder at experiencing a landscape unlike anything else on Earth. The ice formations created by wind and water were natural sculptures that would have made any artist envious. Pressure ridges formed towers and walls of ice in shades, ranging from pure white to deepest blue, depending on how the ice had formed and how compressed it was. Old ice, compressed over years, could be so blue it looked artificial, like someone had dumped blue food colouring into water before freezing it. These formations caught the light in ways that seemed impossible, glowing from within even on cloudy days. The midnight sun of Arctic summer created light that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Shadows existed, but they were soft and diffuse, creating a landscape where depth perception became challenging, because your brain couldn't quite process the visual information it was receiving. Photographers who travelled with later expeditions struggled to capture this quality of light, finding that their equipment simply couldn't record what their eyes were seeing. The aurora borealis was a regular evening entertainment during the dark months, though entertainment makes it sound more controlled than it was. The lights would appear without warning, starting as a faint glow on the northern horizon and building into curtains of colour that rippled across the entire sky. Green was most common, but purples, reds and whites would appear, dancing and shifting in patterns that seemed almost alive. Early explorers, lacking scientific understanding of the phenomenon, sometimes found it unsettling. This massive display of energy happening overhead, beautiful but also alien and slightly threatening. Ice crystals in the air created optical phenomena that bordered on the hallucinogenic. Sundogs appeared as bright spots on either side of the sun, sometimes as bright as the sun itself, making it look like the sky had 3 suns. Halos and light pillars appeared, distorting the sun and moon into abstract patterns. These phenomena were predictable given the right atmospheric conditions, but that scientific understanding didn't make them any less striking to witness. The wildlife that appeared occasionally brought life and movement to a landscape that often seemed entirely dead. Seals would surface in leads, their dark eyes watching humans with what seemed like intelligent curiosity before disappearing beneath the ice. Polar bears were both beautiful and terrifying, perfectly adapted predators that could appear silently despite their massive size. Arctic foxes, with their white winter coats, were almost invisible against snow, revealed only by movement. The stars in the Arctic sky were overwhelming in their brightness and number. Away from any human light pollution, in air so cold and clear it felt like you could reach out and touch the celestial objects, the sky became a dome of lights. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing overhead. Planets were distinct disks rather than points. The number of visible stars was so great that familiar constellations became difficult to pick out from the background noise of lesser lights. The sounds of the Arctic, when they occurred, had a clarity that sounds from temperate climates couldn't match. A crack of ice could be heard from miles away, sharp and distinct. The breathing of a seal at a distant lead. The wind over ice created a low moan that sounded almost musical. These sounds carried in ways that seemed to violate normal acoustic rules, arriving clear and distinct across distances that should have muffled them into nothing. Icebergs, when encountered, were floating sculptures that dwarf ships and men alike. Most of an iceberg's mass is underwater, so what you saw above the surface was merely a hint of the full structure. They drift slowly with currents, occasionally carving huge chunks that would crash into the sea with sounds like thunder. Their colours range from brilliant white to that deep blue of compressed ice, sometimes striped with layers that recorded years or centuries of snowfall. The pure isolation of the Arctic landscape had its own beauty, though this was a beauty that could easily become oppressive. You could stand on the ice and look in every direction, seeing nothing but white to the horizon. No trees, no hills, no features to distinguish one direction from another. This emptiness was simultaneously peaceful and threatening. Peaceful because there was nothing to disturb or threaten you. Threatening because there was also nothing to orient you or provide shelter if you needed it. The quality of silence in the Arctic had to be experienced to be understood. In your daily life, you're surrounded by a constant background noise, traffic, appliances, other people, and the general hum of civilization. In the Arctic, that background noise simply doesn't exist. The silence is so complete that you can hear your own heartbeat, your own blood moving through your ears. This silence was initially peaceful, but over time it could become unsettling, making men crave any sound just to break the monotony. After months or years on the ice came the moment every expedition anticipated with mixed feelings, the return journey. You'd accomplished your goals or you hadn't, you'd survived or you were struggling to. Either way, it was time to try to get home. The journey home was often more difficult than the outward journey, and not just because of accumulated fatigue and depleted supplies. Psychologically, the return created a strange paradox. You were getting closer to safety, comfort, and the life you'd left behind, but you were also using your last reserves of strength to get there. It was like a marathon where the final miles hurt the most, because you're running on nothing but determination. Ships that had been frozen into the ice through winter would wait for the summer thaw, hoping the ice would release them intact. The crew would prepare for departure by clearing ice from around the hull, checking the rigging and sails, and making repairs to damage sustained during winter. Then came the waiting. Would the ice release them early enough in the season to escape before the next winter? Would it release them at all? Some ships never escaped, crushed by ice or locked in place as new ice formed, their crews forced to abandon ship and either wait for rescue or attempt to reach safety overland. Sledging parties returning from extended journeys faced the challenge of retracing routes across ice that might have shifted dramatically since their outward journey. Landmarks were useless in the Arctic, everything looked the same, and the ice itself was constantly moving. Navigation relied on careful records, compass bearings, and luck. Getting lost was a constant danger because running out of food or fuel while lost meant death, simple and certain. The physical deterioration of men on extended Arctic expeditions was progressive and cumulative. Scurvy, caused by a lack of vitamin C, would develop slowly, starting with fatigue and lethargy, then progressing to bleeding gums, loosening teeth, reopening of old wounds, and eventual death if not treated. Men didn't always recognise scurvy symptoms until the disease was advanced, and treatment required fresh food that wasn't available on the ice. Equipment that had functioned adequately on the outward journey often failed on the return. Sledges broke under stress. Tents developed rips. Stoves stopped working. Clothing wore through. Every failure had to be repaired with depleted resources and increasing desperation because each breakdown ate into the small margin of safety that separated survival from catastrophe. The mental state of returning explorers often showed the strain. Men became irritable, depressed, and sometimes irrational. Small disputes could escalate into major conflicts because everyone's tolerance for frustration was exhausted. Leadership became crucial during these periods. A good leader could hold a group together through force of personality and careful management, while poor leadership could lead to the disintegration of group cohesion. Food supplies on the return journey were calculated to the last biscuit and ounce of pemmican. Running short meant reducing rations, and reduced rations meant less energy for travelling, which meant slower progress, which meant needing food for more days than planned. This vicious cycle trapped many expeditions, forcing them to choose between maintaining their travel pace and starving, or reducing pace and hoping they could make their destination on reduced rations. The weather during the return often seemed personally antagonistic. Storms would appear at the worst possible moments, leads would open directly across the route home, ice conditions would deteriorate just as supplies were running low. This wasn't actually the weather being hostile, it was just weather doing what weather does. But to exhausted, hungry, cold men, it felt personal. Recognition of land was the first sign that safety might actually be achievable. After weeks or months of featureless ice, seeing the dark outline of a coast on the horizon produced emotional reactions that strong men found difficult to control. Land meant potential shelter, possible game animals, and the end of the ice. It meant you might actually survive, but reaching land didn't mean safety was assured. The coasts of Arctic islands and the northern edges of continents were often as barren and inhospitable as the ice itself. Without supplies or shelter, men could die on land as easily as on ice. The goal wasn't just reaching land, but reaching a specific point where help, food, or previous supply caches were located. Supply depots established on the outward journey were lifelines on the return, small caches of food and fuel that could make the difference between completing the journey and dying miles short of safety. Finding these depots was crucial, and missing one by even a few hundred yards could be fatal. Expeditions would mark depot locations with flags, cairns, and careful notation in their records, but Arctic conditions could obliterate even the most carefully constructed markers, leaving explorers searching desperately for supplies they knew were nearby but couldn't locate. The final approach to the ship or to civilization had its own psychological challenges. Men who had endured months of hardship with stoic determination sometimes broke down emotionally when safety was finally assured. The relief of survival, combined with exhaustion and the release of tension that had been held for so long, produced reactions ranging from tears to hysterical laughter to complete emotional numbness. Reunion with shipmates who had remained at base camp was complicated by the changes both groups had experienced. The returning explorers had been tested by conditions the others could only imagine, while those who remained had dealt with their own challenges of isolation and waiting. There was often a disconnect, a difficulty in communicating experiences that seemed impossible to explain to people who hadn't shared them. Ships departing the Arctic had to time their escape carefully. Too early, and the ice wouldn't have cleared enough to allow passage. Too late, and the ship risked being trapped for another winter. The journey south through ice-choked waters was nerve-wracking, every moment bringing the possibility of ice closing in and preventing further progress. Only when the ship reached ice-free waters could the crew truly relax, knowing they'd actually escaped. The return to civilization was jarring in ways that returning explorers often struggled to articulate. After months or years of silence, isolation, and simplicity, the noise and complexity of cities felt overwhelming. Food that once seemed like the height of luxury now seemed almost too rich, too varied. Beds were too soft, rooms too warm, and everything was moving too fast. Some explorers adjusted quickly, others found themselves permanently changed by their time in the Arctic, never quite comfortable in normal life again. Now that we've followed these explorers through their entire journey, it's worth considering what this experience cost them and what they gained, because the account books of Arctic exploration don't balance in any conventional sense. The physical toll was obvious and permanent. Frostbite damage left men with scarred faces, missing fingers or toes, and reduced circulation that made them sensitive to cold for the rest of their lives. The extreme exertion of sledging damaged hearts and joints. Scurvy weakened bones and teeth. Men who went into the Arctic in their prime returned aged beyond their years, their bodies carrying the accumulated damage of months or years of extreme conditions. The psychological effects were less visible, but equally lasting. Modern psychology would probably diagnose many returning explorers with what we now call PTSD, nightmares, heightened startle responses, and difficulty adjusting to normal social interactions. Some men never fully readjusted to civilian life, finding themselves drawn back to the Arctic despite knowing what they'd endure there. It was as if the experience had changed something fundamental in how they related to the world. Families paid their own price for Arctic exploration. Children grew up with absent fathers or without fathers at all when expeditions ended in tragedy. Wives became widows or lived in uncertainty for years, managing households and raising children alone while hoping for news that might never come. The financial burden was also significant. Explorers often died, leaving their families in debt from expedition preparations. But there were also gains that the explorers themselves considered worth the cost. The geographic knowledge they brought back genuinely advanced human understanding of the planet. Maps were filled in, currents and weather patterns documented, and scientific observations made that couldn't have been obtained any other way. This knowledge had practical value for navigation, for understanding global climate patterns, and for expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. The personal transformation that Arctic exploration produced in successful expeditions created men with capabilities they'd never known they possessed. They'd learned that they could endure conditions they'd thought impossible, solve problems with limited resources, and maintain discipline and purpose when every instinct said to give up. These weren't abstract lessons. They were proven capabilities that shaped how these men approached every subsequent challenge in their lives. The sense of accomplishment from successful Arctic exploration was profound and lasting. These men had set themselves goals that required years of preparation and months of extreme effort to achieve. When they succeeded, reaching the pole, charting unknown coastline, completing a sledging journey that others thought impossible, they'd proven something to themselves and to the world. That accomplishment couldn't be taken away by later difficulties or failures in other areas of life. The camaraderie developed during Arctic expeditions created bonds that lasted lifetimes. Men who had depended on each other for survival in conditions where a single mistake could kill everyone developed trust and friendship that normal social interactions couldn't match. Veterans of Arctic expeditions would gather decades later, and the conversation would immediately return to shared experiences that outsiders couldn't fully understand. Some explorers found in the Arctic a clarity and simplicity that eluded them in normal life. Out on the ice, the goals were clear, the challenges were obvious, and success or failure was unambiguous. There was no politics to navigate, no social ambiguity to interpret, and no complex decisions about career or family. You walked, you survived, and you completed your objectives, or you didn't. For men who found the complexity of civilization overwhelming, the Arctic offered relief through its brutal honesty. The Arctic landscape itself left impressions that stayed with explorers for life. Men would describe, decades later, specific moments of beauty or terror with clarity that suggested they'd been thinking about those moments regularly in the intervening years, a particular formation of ice, the quality of light during a certain sunset, the sound of wind over snow during a blizzard. These memories became touchstones, reference points that shaped how they experienced everything else. The fame and recognition that successful Arctic explorers received was considerable in an era that celebrated this particular form of adventure. They gave lectures, wrote books, and received medals and honours from geographic societies and governments. This recognition provided financial security and social status that wouldn't have been available through normal careers. For men from modest backgrounds, Arctic exploration was potentially a path to prominence, but fame brought its own complications. Explorers were expected to present their experiences in ways that emphasized heroism and adventure, while downplaying the more mundane or unpleasant aspects. They had to maintain public images that might not match their private realities. The pressure to organize and lead subsequent expeditions could be intense, creating expectations that were difficult to escape even when explorers might have preferred to retire from Arctic work. The failures haunted the survivors. Not every expedition succeeded, and not every explorer returned. The men who did return often carried guilt about companions who hadn't, making decisions that might have saved their own lives but cost others theirs. This guilt was a weight that couldn't be shared with people who hadn't been there and couldn't understand the impossible choices that Arctic conditions sometimes forced. As you're lying there in your comfortable bed, warm and safe, probably wondering why anyone would voluntarily subject themselves to the conditions we've been describing, let's talk about motivation. Because understanding why people chose Arctic exploration helps explain something about human nature that goes beyond geographic curiosity. The official justifications for Arctic expeditions were scientific and geographic. There were coastlines to chart, magnetic phenomena to study, meteorological observations to record, and biological specimens to collect. These were legitimate scientific goals, and the data collected during Arctic expeditions did advance human knowledge in meaningful ways. But if we're being honest, pure scientific curiosity doesn't fully explain why men risked their lives in environments that could kill them in minutes. National pride and competition drove many expeditions. The race to reach the North Pole became a matter of prestige for nations that wanted to demonstrate their superiority through their explorers' achievements. Being first to some previously unreached point on the globe had no practical value, but it had enormous symbolic value in an era when national greatness was measured partly by such achievements. Countries funded expeditions as a form of peaceful competition, proving their worth through their citizens' endurance rather than through warfare. Personal ambition was a powerful motivator that explorers didn't always acknowledge publicly, but was evident in their actions. Fame, recognition, the chance to have your name permanently attached to geographic features or exploration milestones. These were powerful incentives for men who might otherwise have lived anonymous lives. Arctic exploration offered a path to immortality through achievement that was available to relatively few people in other fields. The pure challenge attracted a certain personality type that modern psychology might classify as sensation-seeking or novelty-seeking. These were people who found normal life boring, who needed challenges that tested them to their limits, and who couldn't be satisfied with comfortable predictability. The Arctic offered challenges that were undeniably genuine. You couldn't fake your way through conditions that could kill you if you made mistakes. Escape from civilization's complexities appealed to men who found normal social and professional life stifling. The Arctic offered simplicity. Survive, travel, and achieve your objectives. There were no office politics, no social climbing, and no need to maintain appearances or navigate complex social situations. Everything was reduced to essentials, which some people found refreshing despite the physical hardships involved. The romantic notion of adventure played a larger role than practical-minded explorers liked to admit. They'd grown up reading accounts of previous expeditions, imagining themselves in similar situations, dreaming of testing themselves against the same challenges. The Arctic existed partly in their imaginations before they ever experienced it physically, and the real Arctic had to compete with the idealised Arctic of their dreams. Economic opportunity motivated some participants, particularly crew members who weren't independently wealthy. Arctic expeditions paid well by the standards of the time, and the possibility of book sales, lecture tours, and other revenue from successful expeditions represented potential financial security. For working-class sailors and tradesmen, an Arctic expedition could mean financial advancement that normal employment wouldn't provide. The desire to prove something, to themselves, to critics, to society, drove explorers who felt they had something to demonstrate. Some came from backgrounds where they'd been dismissed or underestimated. Others had failed in previous endeavours and saw Arctic exploration as a chance for redemption. The Arctic was an arena where personal capability could be proven beyond any argument, because survival itself was proof of competence. The allure of the unknown exercised a powerful pull on minds that chafed at the feeling that the world was becoming too mapped, too known, too tame. The Arctic represented one of the last places on Earth where you could genuinely go where no human had been before, see things no one had seen, and experience the novelty of discovery in an era when most of the world had already been explored. But here's the thing about you, and this isn't a criticism, just an observation, you probably wouldn't do it. You're reading this while comfortable and warm, with food readily available and all your fingers and toes intact. The thought of voluntarily putting yourself in conditions where you might lose body parts to frostbite, where you'd eat the same monotonous food for months, where you'd go without bathing for weeks, where every day would bring genuine risk of death, that probably doesn't appeal to you, and that's entirely reasonable. The cost-benefit analysis of Arctic exploration doesn't make sense for most people. The suffering was real, prolonged, and guaranteed. The rewards were uncertain, and even when achieved, they didn't necessarily translate into happiness or fulfillment. Many successful explorers ended their lives disappointed, restless, and unable to recapture the sense of purpose they'd felt during their expeditions. You have different sources of meaning and achievement available to you: career accomplishments, family relationships, creative pursuits, intellectual achievements, and community involvement. These don't require risking your life or enduring months of hardship. They're more sustainable, more compatible with long-term well-being, and less likely to result in missing toes. The personality traits that made someone an effective Arctic explorer: extreme risk tolerance, ability to endure prolonged discomfort without complaint, willingness to subordinate personal comfort to long-term goals, and comfort with isolation, aren't necessarily healthy or adaptive in modern society. We generally want people who have reasonable risk assessment, who take care of their physical and mental health, and who maintain balanced lives. The single-minded obsessiveness that Arctic exploration often required isn't something we'd usually consider a positive trait. So when we look back at Arctic explorers with a mixture of admiration and bafflement, we're responding appropriately. What they did was genuinely impressive, requiring capabilities that deserve recognition. But it's also okay to look at their choices and think, I'm glad they did it so I can read about it, but I'm also glad I don't have to do it myself. As we near the end of our journey through the frozen world of Arctic explorers, let's consider what these stories of endurance and exploration teach us about human capability, limitation, and the strange relationship between comfort and accomplishment. The Arctic proved that human beings could survive in environments that seemed completely incompatible with human life. We're tropical animals, really. Hairless primates designed for warm climates with readily available food and water. The fact that humans could not just survive but function effectively in Arctic conditions demonstrates the power of intelligence, preparation, and determination to override our biological limitations. We're not the strongest or fastest species, but we might be the most stubborn. The importance of preparation became evident in every Arctic expedition's outcome. The ones that succeeded generally did so because they'd anticipated problems and prepared solutions. The ones that failed often did so because of seemingly small oversights, wrong type of fuel, insufficient food reserves, inadequate clothing, that cascaded into catastrophic problems. This lesson about thorough preparation applies far beyond Arctic exploration. In any challenging endeavour, the work you do before the challenge begins often determines whether you succeed or fail. The psychological dimension of extreme challenges proved as important as the physical one. Men with superior physical conditioning sometimes failed in the Arctic, while less physically impressive individuals succeeded, because mental resilience, adaptability, and emotional control mattered more than raw strength or endurance. The ability to maintain discipline, purpose, and hope when everything was going wrong separated survivors from casualties. This reminds us that psychological preparation deserves as much attention as physical preparation for any major challenge. The value of incremental progress showed itself in every successful sledging journey. No one crossed the Arctic in a single day. Success came from moving forward consistently, day after day, even when progress seemed minimal. This patience with slow advancement, this willingness to accept that big goals are achieved through small steps repeated many times, that's a lesson that translates directly to any long-term project or life goal. The Arctic demonstrated both the power and limits of human willpower. Explorers could push through incredible hardship through sheer determination, but willpower couldn't override physical realities indefinitely. You could will yourself to keep walking when your body wanted to stop, but you couldn't will yourself to survive without food or warmth beyond certain limits. Understanding both the power of determination and its boundaries is crucial for tackling any significant challenge. The importance of accurate self-assessment became literally life or death in the Arctic. Explorers who understood their own limits and capabilities realistically were more likely to survive than those who either underestimated the challenges or overestimated their own abilities. The Arctic punished both excessive caution and excessive confidence, rewarding instead a clear-eyed assessment of what was actually possible given specific circumstances. The relationship between suffering and accomplishment became clear through Arctic exploration. The explorers endured tremendous hardship, but that hardship was the price of achieving goals that mattered to them. This doesn't mean suffering is inherently valuable. Pointless suffering is just pointless. But it does suggest that meaningful accomplishment often requires accepting discomfort or difficulty as the necessary cost of achieving something worthwhile. The power of purpose to sustain people through hardship showed itself repeatedly. Men who had clear, meaningful goals could endure conditions that broke others who lacked such purpose. Having a reason to keep going, whether reaching the pole, completing scientific observations, or simply getting home to family, provided mental strength that complemented physical endurance. This principle applies broadly. Having a clear purpose makes difficult tasks more bearable. The Arctic showed how environment shapes possibility. In comfortable, resource-rich environments, human potential can develop in countless directions. In extreme environments, that potential becomes focused on survival and specific objectives. Neither environment is inherently superior. They simply call forth different human capabilities. Sometimes constraints actually enhance achievement by focusing effort and eliminating distractions. The complex relationship between competition and cooperation became evident in Arctic exploration. National pride drove expeditions to compete in reaching the pole first, but individual survival often required intense cooperation among team members. The most successful expeditions balanced these tensions, channeling competitive drive toward achievement while maintaining the internal cooperation necessary for survival. This balance remains relevant in modern competitive situations. As you're preparing to drift off to sleep, warm and comfortable in your modern home with its reliable heating and well-stocked kitchen, take a moment to appreciate what you've learned tonight about the frozen edge of human experience. The Arctic explorers we've spent this time with were remarkable people, but they were still people, subject to cold, hunger, fear, and doubt just like anyone else. What distinguished them wasn't superhuman imperviousness to hardship, but rather their willingness to endure discomfort in service of goals they considered worthwhile. They were ordinary humans choosing to do extraordinary things, and that choice is what made their achievements meaningful. Their stories remind us that the boundaries of human capability are wider than we usually imagine. We're capable of enduring more, achieving more, and adapting to more than our comfortable daily lives require us to demonstrate. That capability remains within us, dormant perhaps, but available if circumstances or choices ever require it. You probably won't ever need to survive Arctic conditions, but knowing that humans can do so expands your sense of what's possible. The Arctic itself remains essentially unchanged by the explorers who crossed it. The ice still forms and breaks, the aurora still dances across winter skies, the polar bear still hunts seals, and the silence still weighs heavy on anyone who ventures there. The Arctic doesn't care about human ambitions or achievements. It simply exists, beautiful and terrible, offering challenges to anyone foolish or brave enough to accept them. Modern technology has made the Arctic more accessible, but it hasn't made it comfortable or safe. Even with heated shelters, satellite communications, and emergency evacuation capabilities, people still die in the Arctic when they make mistakes, or when luck runs against them. The cold still freezes exposed skin, the ice still shifts without warning, and the weather still kills. We've added capabilities, but we haven't removed dangers. The exploration spirit that drove those early expeditions still exists, though it finds different outlets now. Instead of unknown Arctic coastlines, modern explorers tackle other frontiers, deep oceans, space, the microscopic world, and the boundaries of human knowledge in abstract fields. The same mixture of curiosity, ambition, competitiveness, and desire for achievement that sent men onto the ice now sends people into other challenging environments. But perhaps the most important thing to take from these stories is simply the reminder that human experience is vast and varied. While you're going to sleep in comfort, somewhere on Earth right now, people are enduring conditions as harsh as anything the Arctic explorers faced. Some by choice, some by circumstance. Your comfortable life is a blessing that not everyone shares, and that comfort is made possible by countless people whose work and sacrifices you'll never know about. The Arctic explorers had the advantage of choosing their hardship, which made it more bearable than hardship imposed by circumstance. They could take pride in their achievements, because they'd voluntarily accepted challenges that tested their limits. That element of choice transformed suffering from mere misery into meaningful experience. As you drift towards sleep, you might imagine yourself standing on Arctic ice, feeling cold that takes your breath away, and seeing a landscape that extends endlessly in every direction. But you don't have to stay there. You can return, in your imagination, to your warm bed, your comfortable life, and your world, where the most challenging decision tomorrow might be what to have for breakfast. That ability to imagine difficult experiences while remaining safe is one of humanity's great gifts. We can learn from others' challenges without necessarily experiencing them ourselves. Sleep well tonight, in your comfortable bed, in your warm room. Dream of ice and snow if you like, of the aurora's dance and the crack of shifting glaciers. Dream of explorers pushing forward through storms, of ships frozen in ice, of tents pitched on frozen seas. But know that when you wake tomorrow, you'll still have all your fingers and toes. You won't need to melt ice for drinking water, and breakfast will be more appetizing than pemmican. The Arctic explorers of the past wouldn't want you to suffer as they did. They did it so that we could know what's possible, so that maps could be completed, and so that human knowledge could expand. They endured the cold so that we can understand it without experiencing it. That's the gift they gave us. Knowledge purchased with frostbite and hunger, with loneliness and fear, with suffering that we can read about but don't have to repeat. Thank them, in your thoughts, for their service to human curiosity and knowledge. Admire their accomplishments while being grateful you don't have to duplicate them, and rest easy, knowing that whatever challenges tomorrow brings, they almost certainly won't involve temperatures of 40 below. Ice that shifts beneath your feet, or the need to eat your leather boots for survival. The Arctic is still there, still cold, still dangerous, still beautiful. It will be there long after all of us are gone. but you don't need to go there to appreciate it or to learn from those who did. Sometimes the best adventures are the ones we can experience through stories while remaining safe at home. Sweet dreams of ice and snow, of explorers and endurance, of human capability tested to its limits, and may you wake tomorrow refreshed, warm and grateful for every comfort that those frozen explorers lacked. Transformation from a bourgeois academic to a revolutionary thinker wasn't the predetermined path many assume. Born in 1818 to a comfortable middle-class family in Trier, Prussia, now Germany, young Marx initially showed little interest in radical politics. His father, Heinrich, a successful lawyer who had converted from Judaism to Lutheranism to maintain his legal career under Prussian law, hoped his brilliant son would follow in his professional footsteps. The teenage Marx wrote poetry and romantic literature, dreaming of becoming a playwright or critic rather than an economist or political philosopher. His early writings reveal a romantic idealist influenced by Greek classics and German literature. One of his student poems, The Fiddler, portrays a wild musician who cast magical spells with his violin, hardly foreshadowing his later materialist philosophy. Marx's father arranged his education at the prestigious University of Bonn, where the young man quickly became involved in a drinking society, accrued debts, and ended up in jail for disrupting the peace. Concerned about his son's direction, Heinrich transferred him to the more serious University of Berlin. There, Marx encountered the philosophy of G.W.F. Hegel, whose dialectical methods would later form the backbone of Marx's analytical approach, though Marx would ultimately reject Hegel's idealism. What's rarely discussed is how reluctant Marx was to abandon his comfortable bourgeois aspirations. His correspondence reveals a man who longed for stability and security, even as his intellect pushed him toward revolutionary conclusions. His engagement to Jenny von Westphalen, an aristocrat 4 years his senior, and the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, demonstrated his social ambitions. The Baron had introduced the young Marx to romantic literature and social criticism, but Marx likely never anticipated how far these intellectual pursuits would take him from conventional success. The pivotal moment occurred when Marx finished his doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy in 1841. His hopes for an academic career at the University of Bonn collapsed when his mentor Bruno Bauer lost his teaching position due to atheistic views. Without academic prospects, Marx turned to journalism, becoming editor of the liberal newspaper Rheinische Zeitung. Here, reporting on the suffering of Moselle vineyard workers and timber theft laws opened his eyes to economic exploitation. Marx faced a critical decision when Prussian authorities shut down his newspaper in 1843. He was already married to Jenny, who had sacrificed her aristocratic comforts for a life with him. Financial pressures mounted, yet rather than compromising his increasingly radical views for security, Marx chose exile, first to Paris, then Brussels, and eventually London. This decision wasn't taken lightly. Letters to Engels reveal Marx's frequent anxiety about money and his family's welfare. He considered various career alternatives, including emigrating to America to start a German-language newspaper or accepting a railway clerk position. These details contradict the image of Marx as an unwavering revolutionary from youth. What drove this transformation was Marx's intellectual honesty. Once he began analysing capitalism's mechanisms, he couldn't unsee its contradictions. His evolving critique wasn't the product of inherent radicalism, but of rigorous intellectual investigation that led him to uncomfortable conclusions about the society that had nurtured him. This personal journey explains why Marx's analysis cut so deeply. He understood bourgeois society intimately because he was formed by it and initially embraced its values. His critique came from within rather than without, from someone who might have become a university professor or comfortable professional had circumstances been different. The passionate intensity of his work stems partly from the personal cost of these realizations, as he watched his prospects for conventional success evaporate with each radical conclusion he reached. While Marx is remembered primarily for Capital and the Communist Manifesto, few realize that most of his adult life was spent as a working journalist rather than a political theorist. From 1848 to 1862, Marx wrote over 500 articles for the New York Daily Tribune, making him one of the paper's most prolific European correspondents during a transformative period in world history. This aspect of Marx's career reveals a pragmatic professional writer rather than the ivory tower philosopher many imagine. As the Tribune's European correspondent, Marx covered everything from diplomatic crises and wars to financial panics and colonial rebellions. He earned approximately £5 per article, equivalent to several $100s today, providing crucial income for his chronically cash-strapped family. Marx's journalism demonstrates a remarkably prescient understanding of how capitalism was globalizing in the mid-19th century. While covering the 1857 Sepoy Rebellion in India for American readers, he connected British imperial policy to domestic economic interests. His analysis of the American Civil War identified economic contradictions between industrial capitalism and plantation slavery that many contemporary observers missed. What's particularly notable about Marx's journalism is how it contradicts stereotypes about his rigid ideological thinking. His articles show a nuanced geopolitical analyst who could recognize the progressive aspects of capitalism despite its exploitative nature. For example, he supported the Union in the American Civil War, not only because he opposed slavery, but also because he saw northern industrial capitalism as historically progressive compared to southern feudal-like plantation society. Charles Dana, managing editor of the Tribune, valued Marx as a correspondent precisely because his analysis went deeper than most journalists of the era. Marx brought his dialectical approach to news reporting, connecting events across nations and seeing patterns where others saw only isolated incidents. His analysis of the Crimean War, for instance, linked diplomatic maneuvering to financial interests and class politics. The journalism years also reveal Marx's surprising admiration for Abraham Lincoln. While Marx criticized Lincoln's initial reluctance to make the Civil War explicitly about abolition, he later praised Lincoln's evolution and recognized the pragmatic challenges of leading during crisis. After Lincoln's assassination, Marx drafted a letter of condolence to the American people on behalf of the International Workingmen's Association, calling Lincoln the single-minded son of the working class who had led his country through the epic of its people's rebirth. These journalistic writings expose the limitations of viewing Marx solely as an abstract theorist. He was deeply engaged with the concrete political and economic developments of his time, forming his theories through active observation of global events rather than mere philosophical speculation. Financial documents from this period reveal how Marx prioritized this journalism over his theoretical work out of necessity. With 4 surviving children to support, 4 others died in childhood due to poor living conditions, Marx sometimes complained that his newspaper duties prevented progress on capital. Yet these journalistic responsibilities kept him connected to current events in ways that enriched his theoretical perspective. Perhaps most surprising about Marx's journalism is how it anticipated modern global reporting. He traced supply chains connecting Manchester cotton mills to American plantations and Indian colonies, showing how labor exploitation and profit extraction operated across continents. This global perspective emerged decades before globalization entered our vocabulary, demonstrating Marx's foresight in understanding capitalism as an inherently transnational system. The journalism years also reveal Marx's writing versatility. While his theoretical works can be dense and complex, his newspaper articles were accessible and engaging, displaying a sardonic wit and literary flair absent from his more famous works. Marx could be remarkably entertaining when writing for a general audience, using metaphors and historical references that made complex economic developments comprehensible to average readers. Behind the forbidding beard and revolutionary rhetoric existed a devoted family man whose personal life was marked by extraordinary tragedy. Marx's domestic life reveals dimensions of his character that rarely appear in political or economic discussions of his work. His marriage to Jenny von Westphalen lasted 38 years until her death in 1881. Their correspondence reveals a passionate intellectual partnership rather than the patriarchal Victorian marriage one might expect. Jenny was Marx's first reader and critic, copying his manuscripts and contributing editorial insights. She maintained her own political convictions, sometimes disagreeing with her husband while supporting his work. Their letters during periods of separation show genuine romantic affection, persisting through decades of hardship. The Marx household's financial precarity is well documented, but less known is that Jenny had grown up with servants and comfort as a baron's daughter. Her adjustment to poverty represented a profound personal sacrifice. When the family lived in 2 rooms in London's Soho district, Jenny wrote to a friend, "The memories of the days when I wore silk cannot compensate for the realities of having no coal for the fire." Of their 7 children, Only 3 daughters, Jenny, Laura and Eleanor, survived to adulthood. Their son Edgar died of tuberculosis at age 8 in 1855, a loss that devastated Marx. He wrote to Engels, "I have already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is." Jenny suffered a nervous breakdown after this loss. Their infant daughter Franziska died the following year, and another son, Guido, died before his first birthday in 1850. Their firstborn, also named Jenny, had died in 1844. These deaths weren't abstract statistics, but direct consequences of their poverty. The family couldn't afford proper medical care or adequate nutrition. Marx was acutely aware that his political commitments had concrete costs for those he loved most. This awareness likely contributed seriously to his lifelong health problems, including carbuncles, liver disease and insomnia. Perhaps most revealing of Marx's character was his relationship with Helene Demuth, the family's longtime housekeeper. Evidence strongly suggests Marx fathered her son Freddie in 1851. While Marx never acknowledged paternity, Engels claimed responsibility, though historians now generally believe this was a fiction to protect the Marx family reputation. Marx's treatment of this situation reflects the gap between his progressive theories and personal actions regarding gender and class. His illegitimate son was never welcomed into the family home and worked as a skilled toolmaker, ironically becoming part of the proletariat Marx theorized about. The Marx household wasn't defined solely by tragedy. Visitors described evenings filled with music, literature and animated discussion. All 3 surviving daughters were educated far beyond Victorian standards for women, learning multiple languages and studying literature, history and politics. They became accomplished women, Jenny a journalist, Laura a translator, and Eleanor a labour organiser and feminist. Marx was an affectionate father who spent hours telling his children elaborate stories. On Sundays, he would take them on long walks across London, describing plants and animals with scientific precision before stopping at a tea shop for treats they could barely afford. These glimpses humanise a figure often reduced to abstract theory. The family's poverty sometimes led to situations that were absurdly comedic. When visitors were expected, Marx would sometimes pawn their few valuable possessions to create an impression of middle-class respectability, only to redeem them later. The family called these financial manoeuvres their circular movements of commodities. Marx's relationship with money was complex. Despite writing the 19th century's most important critique of capitalism, he was hopeless with personal finances and periodically speculated on the London Stock Exchange, usually unsuccessfully. These contradictions reveal a man whose theories emerged from lived experience rather than abstract reasoning. His understanding of capitalism's pressures came partly from experiencing them personally. Marx's 40 years of exile from his German homeland placed him at the centre of a remarkable international network of political refugees, revolutionaries and intellectuals that formed a shadow community across Europe. This overlooked aspect of his life provides crucial context for understanding how his ideas developed and spread. After the failed revolutions of 1848, political exiles from across Europe congregated in London, creating what historian Bernard Porter called a refugee republic. Marx's Soho neighbourhood became home to Italians, French, Poles, Hungarians, and Russians fleeing persecution. This community transformed Marx from a German philosopher into a truly international thinker. The British Museum Reading Room served as an unofficial headquarters for this exile intelligentsia. Marx spent thousands of hours here researching capital, surrounded by fellow revolutionary thinkers. His famous work habits, arriving when the library opened and leaving when it closed, were shared by other political refugees who found the heated reading room a refuge from cold lodgings they couldn't afford to heat. Marx's relationships with fellow exiles were complex and often contentious. He engaged in bitter disputes with other revolutionary leaders like Giuseppe Mazzini, Alexander Herzen, and Mikhail Bakunin. These weren't merely theoretical disagreements, but battles for leadership within exile communities. Marx could be ruthless in these conflicts, using his intellectual prowess to marginalize rivals through savage criticism and sometimes personal attacks. The German Workers' Educational Society in London's East End became Marx's primary community organisation. This working-class cultural centre offered classes, lectures, musical performances, and debates. Marx lectured here regularly, testing ideas that would later appear in Capital on audiences of tailors, shoemakers, and watchmakers. The feedback from these workers, who combined practical experience with intellectual curiosity, shaped Marx's understanding of labour exploitation beyond abstract theory. Less appreciated is how Marx's exile experience made him multilingual and multicultural. He already knew German, Greek, Latin, and French before arriving in London. During exile, he learned English well enough to write professionally and studied Russian to understand that country's economic development. His home became multilingual as well. His daughters grew up speaking German, English, and French, switching languages mid-conversation depending on the topic. The exile community lived under constant surveillance. British police monitored Marx's activities, and spies from various European governments infiltrated exile organisations. Prussian police agent Wilhelm Stieber spent years gathering intelligence on Marx and his associates. These experiences contributed to Marx's perpetual paranoia and health problems, but also kept him connected to the concrete realities of political resistance rather than abstract theory. Marx's personal financial survival depended on this international network. While Engels provided crucial support, many others contributed. The American Joseph Weidemeyer commissioned articles, German émigré Louis Kugelmann sent medical advice and occasional funds, Wilhelm Liebknecht arranged German lecture fees, and countless working-class supporters made small contributions to Marx's household during financial crises. The international character of Marx's exile community directly influenced the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International in 1864. This organisation brought together British trade unionists, French followers of Proudhon, Italian Mazzinians, Polish nationalists, and German socialists. Marx's experience navigating the complex politics of exile prepared him to write the International's founding documents in ways that could unite these diverse tendencies. Perhaps most significant about Marx's exile network was how it transformed his understanding of revolutionary change. The failed revolutions of 1848 had shattered romantic notions of spontaneous uprising. Through decades of discussion with fellow exiles who had experienced similar defeats, Marx developed a more sophisticated understanding of historical change that acknowledged the durability of capitalist social relations and the need for patient organisational work. This exile perspective explains why Marx, despite his revolutionary reputation, often counselled patience to younger radicals. Having seen premature revolutionary attempts crushed, he developed a longer historical view that recognised how economic conditions had to mature before successful revolutionary change could occur. Contrary to popular portrayal, Marx wasn't primarily a political agitator but an empirical researcher with scientific ambitions. His methodological approach more closely resembled modern social science than ideological polemics, though this dimension of his work remains underappreciated. Capital represents one of the 19th century's most ambitious research projects. During its creation, Marx compiled 200 notebooks of economic data, statistical analysis, and historical documentation. He meticulously studied factory inspection reports, public health statistics, criminal justice records, and technical manuals on industrial machinery. Both critiques and celebrations of his work often overlook these empirical foundations for his theories. Marx's scientific aspirations are evident in his correspondence with Engels about Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, published while Marx was working on Capital. Marx recognised a methodological kinship with Darwin, writing, "Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle." Both men were attempting to discover underlying patterns and developmental laws in their respective fields. This scientific orientation led Marx to revise his theories when new evidence emerged. During his study of Russian rural communes in the 1870s, Marx specifically learned Russian to read original economic and ethnographic studies. His notes reveal a willingness to reconsider his earlier views on historical development based on this empirical research. Late in life, he acknowledged that different countries might follow different paths to social transformation, rather than the linear progression he had earlier postulated. Marx's mathematical manuscripts, largely unknown until recently, show his attempts to develop mathematically rigorous models of economic processes. He filled notebooks with calculus problems and algebraic formulations trying to express value formation and capital accumulation in mathematical terms. While these efforts were primitive by contemporary standards, they demonstrate his commitment to analytical precision rather than mere rhetoric. The British Museum Reading Room, where Marx conducted much of his research, was the equivalent of a modern research university. Marx's library requests show him consulting works in multiple languages across disciplines including economics, history, anthropology, chemistry, geology, and agriculture. Modern researchers might recognise his work as an early form of interdisciplinary social science rather than political philosophy. Marx's empirical approach involved both quantitative and qualitative methods. He collected statistical data on wages, prices, and productivity while also gathering ethnographic accounts of working conditions. His description of Manchester factories and capital combines numerical analysis with detailed observation of production processes and worker experiences, methodology that resembles modern mixed methods research. His correspondence reveals frustration with revolutionaries who prioritise political agitation over careful analysis. In an 1864 letter, Marx complained about German socialists who had not made a single theoretical contribution and merely recycled slogans without empirical investigation. This scientific commitment sometimes put him at odds with those who wanted simple revolutionary formulas rather than complex analysis. Marx's research methods were constrained by 19th century limitations. He lacked computing power, sophisticated statistical techniques, and organised data sets that modern social scientists take for granted. Nevertheless, he pioneered systematic approaches to studying economic systems which anticipated later developments in economics and sociology. What separates Marx from many contemporaries was his integration of historical and economic analysis. While classical economists treated economic laws as universal and timeless, Marx insisted on historicising economic relationships. His comparative studies of different economic systems, from ancient Rome to medieval Europe to 19th century capitalism, represented an early form of comparative historical analysis now common in social science. Even Marx's errors demonstrate his scientific orientation. His labour theory of value has been critiqued by the modern economists, but it represented an attempt to develop a quantifiable measure of economic value based on available data and concepts. His predictions about capitalism's development contained both remarkable insights and significant misconceptions, but they were grounded in systematic analysis of empirical patterns rather than wishful thinking. While Marx's economic analysis dominates his reputation, his writings on literature, art, and culture reveal dimensions of his thought that challenge conventional understanding. Marx wasn't merely concerned with material production, but had sophisticated views on aesthetics that continue to influence cultural theory. Marx began his intellectual life as a literary figure rather than an economist. His early notebooks contain poetry, a satirical novel, and an unfinished play. He considered literature central to human development, not a mere superstructural reflection of economic relations as vulgar Marxism would later suggest. Throughout his life, Marx returned to literature for both pleasure and insight. Even while writing Capital, he regularly reread Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Greek dramatists. His aesthetic judgments often contradicted his economic theories in revealing ways. Marx admired the conservative writer Honoré de Balzac, considering his novels more profound social analysis than many progressive writers' work. Marx wrote to Engels that he had learned more about French society from Balzac than from all the professional historians, economists, and statisticians of the period together. This appreciation for aesthetic quality, regardless of political alignment, challenges simplistic views of Marx as reducing art to propaganda. Marx's literary tastes were surprisingly canon-forming rather than revolutionary. He revered classical Greek literature, Shakespeare, Goethe, and Dante, all standard components of bourgeois education. During family evenings, his daughters remembered him reciting lengthy Shakespearean passages from memory. This cultural conservatism existed alongside his revolutionary politics, suggesting a more complex relationship between cultural and political values than often attributed to him. The Marx household cultivated literary and theatrical activities. Family letters describe home performances of Shakespeare plays with Marx taking multiple roles. His daughters received rigorous literary education, with Marx personally guiding their reading in multiple languages. Eleanor Marx became a significant literary figure herself, translating Ibsen and Flaubert while writing literary criticism. Perhaps most surprising is Marx's nuanced view of how economic conditions influence artistic production. In his introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx puzzled over why Greek art remained aesthetically powerful despite emerging from a less developed economic system than 19th century industrial society. This Greek problem in Marxist aesthetics acknowledges that artistic achievement doesn't simply advance alongside economic development, contrary to mechanical interpretations of his theories. Media Marx's writings on literature contain insights that anticipated later literary theory. His discussion of how Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables transforms social contradictions into aesthetic form resembles aspects of structuralist literary analysis developed a century later. His critique of Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris analyses how popular literature can simultaneously expose and mystify social problems, anticipating cultural studies' approaches to media. Unlike many Victorian intellectuals who dismissed popular culture, Marx paid serious attention to diverse cultural forms. He analysed newspaper crime reporting, popular novels, and theatre alongside canonical literature. While teaching his daughters literature, he included popular works as well as classics, recognising that cultural literacy required understanding both high and popular forms. Marx's aesthetic theory includes a robust concept of human creativity that extends beyond utilitarian production. In his early economic and philosophic manuscripts, Marx describes art as a form of non-alienated labour that allows human creative capacities to develop freely. This perspective suggests that aesthetic activity isn't merely decorative but central to human flourishing, a view that aligns Marx with humanistic traditions despite his materialist reputation. The emancipatory potential of art remained important to Marx throughout his life. He saw aesthetic experience as potentially liberating consciousness from everyday constraints, allowing people to imagine alternatives to existing social arrangements. This perspective explains why cultural questions remained important to him alongside economic analysis. In Marx's view, revolutionary change required not just material transformation, but new forms of consciousness that art could help develop. Marx's cultural interests extended beyond literature to music, visual art, and architecture. He attended opera performances when finances permitted and closely followed the career of composer Richard Wagner, though expressing ambivalence about Wagner's nationalist tendencies. These cultural dimensions reveal a Marx far more complex than the economic determinist often presented in textbooks. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of Marx's intellectual life is what he left unfinished. His grand project remained incomplete, not just in the conventional sense of the unfinished volumes of Capital, but in deeper ways that explain enduring debates about his legacy. When Marx died in 1883, only the first volume of Capital had been published. Volumes 2 and 3 were assembled by the Engels from Marx's notes, creating endless scholarly debate about whether these posthumous publications accurately represent Marx's intentions. What's less discussed is that Marx deliberately delayed publication, continuously revising his work as new economic data emerged and his thinking evolved. Marx's final years show a thinker moving in unexpected directions, rather than solidifying a dogmatic system. His notebooks from the 1870s and early 1880s reveal intensive study of anthropology, particularly Lewis Henry Morgan's work on ancient societies. These investigations led Marx to question unilinear theories of historical development, including some of his own earlier formulations, as he recognised alternative social formations beyond the European pattern. The late Marx showed increasing interest in non-Western societies. His notes on Russian rural communes suggest he saw potentially revolutionary possibilities in these traditional structures, rather than insisting they follow Western European developmental patterns through capitalism. In an 1881 letter to Vera Zasulich, Marx explicitly rejected interpreting his work as a historical philosophical theory of general development imposed by fate on all peoples. This evolution challenges mechanical interpretations of historical materialism. Marx's planned but unwritten works reveal how much of his project remained incomplete. He intended to write books on the state, international trade, and the world market that would have clarified aspects of his theory that remain most contested. His outline for Capital originally included 6 volumes, with the 3 we have representing only half his envisioned project. Particularly significant was Marx's unwritten book on wage labour, which would have complemented his analysis of Capital. Without this counterpart, his theory appears more deterministic than he likely intended. Evidence suggests this volume would have explored worker resistance and organisation, themes that appear only briefly in the published volumes but were central to Marx's political work. Health problems increasingly limited Marx's productivity in his final years. Chronic insomnia, liver disease, and respiratory ailments made sustained intellectual work difficult. Letters from this period show a man aware that time was running out to complete his project. This physical decline partly explains why so much remained unfinished, but also reflects his unwillingness to publish prematurely, a perfectionism that contributed to his work's incompleteness. Marx was perpetually distracted by political obligations that diverted energy from theoretical work. His leadership role in the First International involved writing countless reports, resolutions, and addresses while mediating disputes between factions. He complained to Engels that these responsibilities prevented progress on capital, but felt obligated to the working class movement despite these intellectual costs. The financial pressures that plagued Marx throughout his life worsened these delays. Journalism and other paid writing took precedence over theoretical work that offered no immediate income. Financial crises repeatedly interrupted Marx's famous working habit in the British Museum, requiring him to write desperate letters to friends for loans. These material conditions of intellectual production aren't merely biographical details, but shape the development and incompleteness of his thought. Perhaps most significant about Marx's unfinished work is how it created space for diverse interpretations. The gaps and ambiguities in his theory allowed later Marxists from Lenin to Luxemburg to Gramsci to creatively develop aspects of his thought in different directions. Had Marx completed a more systematic presentation of his mature views, this theoretical fertility might have been reduced. Marx's final notebook entries show a thinker still evolving rather than reaching definitive conclusions. Unlike philosophers who develop systematic theories, they then defend unchanged. Marx continuously revised his thinking based on new evidence and historical developments. His final notes contain questions rather than answers, suggesting an open intellectual project rather than a closed theoretical system. This unfinished quality explains why Marx remains relevant despite the collapse of regimes that claimed his legacy. The open-ended nature of his work allows reconsideration of his insights separate from dogmatic applications. The unfinished Marx offers analytical tools rather than rigid doctrines, explaining why his thought continues generating new interpretations for understanding contemporary capitalism's contradictions and possibilities. Consider organising a 2,000-mile, 6-month camping trip where you would need to pack everything you would need to start over at the end. Now picture doing this in 1843, when the only content available on the internet was what your neighbour might have heard from someone whose cousin travelled west the previous year. Families preparing to hike the Oregon Trail had to deal with this reality, and their planning process involved a combination of science, speculation, and blind faith. The average pioneer family spent months preparing for their westward journey, which included the logistical challenges of cross-country relocation, along with the stress of wedding planning. Fathers would write lists and do calculations by candlelight on winter evenings, with the same intense focus as someone planning the longest camping trip in history. Knowing that they might not find what they had forgotten until they arrived in Oregon, mothers would make a list of everything they owned, including extra buttons, cooking pots, and fabric. Choosing a wagon was the first big decision that would affect how comfortable you were for the next 6 months of your life. The majority of families chose what was known as a prairie schooner, basically a big wooden box that was 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, on wheels, and covered in canvas. Imagine it like a mobile closet where you would also sleep, cook, and call home for 6 months. Tightly stretched over wooden hoops, the canvas top formed a comfortable tunnel that would resemble your childhood bedroom. It was like solving the most significant three-dimensional puzzle in the world when loading the wagon. Families created packing techniques that would impress contemporary efficiency experts, because every square inch counted. Bags of flour, barrels of salt pork, and spare wagon parts were placed on the bottom because they were heavier. Spaces between and along the sides were occupied by bedding, clothing, and priceless family belongings. Creating a rolling household that could continue to run even if you were unable to unpack every night was the aim. The quartermaster's mathematical prowess and the foresight of someone who knew that buffalo meat wasn't always going to be available at the neighbourhood grocery store were needed for food planning. Along with bacon, beans, coffee, sugar, and salt, families usually packed 200 pounds of flour per person. These were not gourmet ingredients, but they were foods that could be cooked over an open fire with little cooking equipment and would not go bad during months of travel. Women had a particularly difficult time choosing what to wear because they had to strike a balance between 1840s social norms and practicality. People in Oregon would judge you before you'd even found a place to live, so you couldn't exactly show up there in ripped and filthy clothes. Women therefore planned to wear their most expensive clothing on the actual journey while packing their best dresses at the bottom of trunks. Many developed the ability to wear skirts over functional bloomers to create respectable-looking ensembles that accommodated the physical demands of trail life. Parents had to think of themselves as both providers and entertainers for a 6-month journey, without playgrounds, rest stops, or toy stores, and their children's needs needed special attention. Books were heavy but necessary for both evening entertainment and education, making them valuable cargo. On tough days, simple toys like cloth dolls or carved wooden figures offered solace. During months of travel and outdoor living, parents frequently packed extra fabric, not only for repairs but also because they knew that by the end of the journey, their children would need new clothes because they had outgrown their starting sizes. Another important factor was medical supplies, and families put together what amounted to a travelling pharmacy, using whatever medical knowledge they could find and folk wisdom. Knowing that everyone would be impacted by the change in water and diet, they packed herbs for digestive issues. On a path hundreds of miles from the closest physician, bandages, laudanum for pain relief, and various tonics occupied valuable trunk space, signifying the difference between minor setbacks and possible disasters. The most difficult aspect of preparation was probably the emotional preparation. Families were leaving behind whole networks of connections, support systems, and accustomed lifestyles in addition to specific locations. They would bring family Bibles that functioned as both spiritual consolation and family history books, letters from loved ones, and small mementos from home churches. Although these objects were heavy and took up valuable space, they gave people who were going into an unknown future psychological stability. Families would get together for church services, farewell visits, and last communal meals as departure time drew near. These gatherings had the bittersweet feel of occasions that everyone knew might be final farewells. In addition to offering last-minute tips and forgotten supplies, neighbours would also pledge to write letters that they all hoped would somehow make it to Oregon territory. As families left, friends and family wondered if they would ever cross paths again, causing entire communities' social fabric to be rewoven. Most families had what we might now identify as a mix of pre-exam anxiety and Christmas Eve excitement the night before departure. For the final time, children would lie in their comfortable beds while their parents made last-minute preparations downstairs. While attempting to commit details of homes they might never see again to memory, adults would stroll through empty rooms, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. Any sleeping arrangements they could make in and around their wagon would take the place of their actual beds tomorrow. Their accustomed kitchens would be converted into Dutch ovens and campfires. Any group of families that happened to be on their wagon train would become their neighbourhood. Everything that was familiar and comfortable was about to change into an adventure that would put all of their preparations to the test. Imagine being gently roused by the sounds of someone rekindling a campfire and the soft rustle of canvas as your neighbours start their day, rather than an alarm clock. On an Oregon Trail morning, your kitchen was any level area you could clear around a fire pit, your bathroom was wherever you could find privacy, and your bedroom was a wagon. At 4:30 a.m, when the air was cool and the oxen were resting from their night of grazing nearby, the usual trail day started before sunrise. Families had discovered the importance of starting early, not only to get as much distance as possible before the midday heat, but also because people and animals had the most energy in the morning for the challenges of the day. The first thing you would notice when you woke up would be the strange rigidity that results from sleeping on the ground, which never felt like a proper mattress no matter how hard you tried. Families soon discovered how to distinguish the subtle differences between different types of prairie ground, such as which places offered the best balance of support and softness, which areas drained well after rain, and which areas provided wind protection without retaining morning moisture. The rhythm of the morning ritual would grow as ingrained as breathing. The other parent would check on the animals, making sure the horses, mules, or oxen had not wandered far during their night of grazing, while the other parent rekindled the cooking fire from carefully preserved coals. When they were old enough to assist, children would be given jobs like collecting buffalo chips for fuel, which may seem like a bad job until you realise that these dried droppings burned cleanly and were frequently the only fuel available on plains without trees. The meal was typically straightforward but comforting. and breakfast preparation started while the stars were still visible. In addition to its caffeine content, coffee was necessary because the morning ritual offered psychological solace and a sense of normalcy in an otherwise utterly bizarre way of life. In battered tin pots, the coffee was brewed over fires that seemed to have their own personalities and moods, and was frequently strong enough to dissolve horseshoes. Since they could be made quickly with basic ingredients and cooked on flat stones or iron griddles heated over the fire, pancakes were a popular breakfast option. The batter could consist of whatever was on hand, sometimes just flour and water, sometimes enhanced with eggs if the family's chickens were still laying, and sometimes sweetened with molasses or precious sugar for special occasions or when spirits needed to be raised. Families would start the difficult process of breaking camp while breakfast was being prepared, and this daily ritual evolved into a meticulously planned dance of efficiency. To keep the bedding dry and usable for the following night, it had to be folded, aired, and packed. Since soap was too valuable to be wasted on daily dishwashing, cooking utensils needed to be cleaned frequently with sand and hot water. More thorough bathing was a luxury save for Sunday rest days or river crossings due to privacy and water availability, so personal washing occurred quickly, and usually involved only washing hands and faces. At the latest, the wagon train would start to move by 7 a.m, and the speed of the journey established its own daily cadence. People frequently chose to walk beside their wagons rather than ride inside them, because oxen could travel up to 2 miles per hour on good days. In reality, walking was better for a number of reasons. It spared the animals from the startling, bone-shaking experience of riding in a wagon without suspension. It allowed them to get food and fuel, or it was just a chance to stretch legs that had been crammed into makeshift sleeping quarters during the night. By developing games that could be played while keeping the steady pace required to cover 15 to 20 miles each day, children discovered ways to make the daily walk into entertainment. They could compete to find wildlife, gather unique rocks, or practice skills their mothers taught them, like identifying edible plants. As they travelled the miles required to get to Oregon before winter, parents used the daily walk as an unofficial school period to teach their kids geography, natural history, and practical skills. Known as nooning, the midday halt gave both humans and animals the much-needed respite they needed during the hottest part of the day. In order to give animals the opportunity to graze and rest in any available shade, families would unhitch their teams. This 2 to 3 hour break developed into a crucial social moment during which families could exchange supplies, discuss news, or just have pleasant chats with people outside of their immediate family. Women frequently used nooning to complete tasks that were challenging to complete while travelling, such as mending clothing, journaling, or cooking, which required more focus than walking could provide. While the wagon train was in motion, kids might play games that weren't useful or take naps in whatever shade was available. Usually men used this time to inspect machinery, fix problems, or talk with the wagon train captain about the next course. The afternoon commute was frequently more difficult than the morning one. Everybody was starting to feel the cumulative weariness of weeks on the trail. The heat made walking more challenging, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wagons created its own weather system. Because decision-making was more difficult when everyone was exhausted, hot, and possibly irritable, this was the time when families truly valued the structure and routines they had established. The complicated process of setting up camp came in the evening, and families devised systems that struck a balance between comfort and efficiency. The best campsites provided natural windbreaks, drainage to avoid issues in the event of nighttime rain, and access to water, fire fuel, and animal grazing. With months of practice, seasoned travellers could quickly assess water quality, weather security, and neighbour proximity while evaluating possible campsites with the help of professional scouts. The atmosphere of the wagon train would change as the sun sank, from the concentrated efficiency of travel to the more laid-back rhythms of camp life in the evening. Fires would start to appear all over the camp, cooking smoke would produce its own fragrant atmosphere, and the sounds of plodding oxen and creaking wagon wheels would give way to conversations, children playing, and the evening chores that got families ready for another night under the stars. This daily routine, which was repeated for months, strengthened family ties and produced skills that turned common people into masters of animal husbandry, outdoor living, and building homes wherever their wagons halted for the night. Imagine attempting to manage a restaurant with a fire pit in the kitchen, whatever fits in a wooden box for the pantry, and wherever you can find level ground that isn't too muddy or dusty for the dining area. Feeding families on the Oregon Trail was a daily reality, where mothers developed into skilled outdoor cooks, and everyone discovered that using limited ingredients creatively made the difference between meals that lifted people's spirits and meals that served a functional purpose. Modern backpacking enthusiasts would be impressed by the camp kitchen, which was a masterwork of portability and efficiency. Everything had to be multifunctional and compact. A cast-iron Dutch oven was used as a general cooking pot, roasting pan and bread baker. Tin plates served as serving platters and cutting boards. In addition to making coffee and tea, coffee pots were occasionally used to cook vegetables while other pots were in use. When cooking called for additional containers, even the wooden water buckets were converted into mixing bowls. Families spent weeks honing their craft of setting up the evening cooking area. No one wanted their sleeping space to smell like a barbecue pit all night, so the fire had to be oriented to benefit from the prevailing winds, for both heat distribution and smoke direction. Flat stones were used as serving areas and countertops, and rocks were arranged to form pot supports and windscreens. As a result, an outdoor kitchen was created that could use the most basic ingredients to create surprisingly complex meals. Modern bakers would find the skills needed to make bread on the trail both familiar and difficult. Like priceless heirlooms, sourdough starters were maintained with care and passed down through the generations, because a healthy starter meant fresh bread all the way, while a dead starter meant months of hardship and disappointment. The starter lived in jars or crocks that travelled in wagons, with the same attention to detail typically reserved for fragile china. Timing, temperature and technique had to be precisely synchronised when baking bread in a Dutch oven, which was similar to conducting a small orchestra. The heavy iron pot was covered with coals, which created an oven effect that could result in surprisingly light, crusty loaves. In order to develop an intuitive sense of temperature that would be useful in kitchens they would construct in Oregon, seasoned trail bakers would hold their hands close to the coals and count slowly. Along the trail there were special opportunities and challenges related to meat preparation and preservation. Families had to swiftly transform vast quantities of fresh meat into forms that would keep without refrigeration after hunting was successful. When they were available, buffalo provided roasts, steaks, and jerky raw materials that could be used for weeks to augment stored supplies. The wagon train spontaneously celebrated the sharing of fresh meat, because butchering large animals was a communal activity. The daily ritual of preparing beans demanded patience and forethought, which contemporary cooks may find hard to understand. Pots that travelled with the wagons were used to soak the dried beans overnight and then cook them slowly throughout the day. The beans would be flavourful and soft by the afternoon, ready to be mixed with wild onions, salt pork, or whatever vegetables could be picked from the trail. A successful pot of beans could provide a family with food for days and give them the comfort and protein they needed to get through challenging parts of the journey. Collecting wild food turned into a daily routine that complemented provisions that were kept in storage and added much-needed diversity to diets that could get boring after weeks of the same staples. Youngsters were able to recognise wild onions, which gave flavour to bland food and contained vital nutrients that helped ward off scurvy. When wild berries were discovered, they were treated like priceless jewels and either preserved for special occasions or consumed fresh as treats. Even plants that are now regarded as weeds, like dandelion greens, were welcomed additions to meals that mostly consisted of bread, bacon and beans, in part because good coffee was vital to morale, and in part because the ritual of making coffee offered a reassuring routine. In otherwise unpredictable days, coffee preparation was elevated to an art form on the trail. Families came to favour various brewing, grinding and roasting methods. While some learned to stretch limited resources by combining coffee with chicory or other flavouring additives that added flavour without using up their supplies, others preferred coffee that was strong enough to float horseshoes. The social hub of camp life was the evening meal, when families could unwind after a long day of travel and concentrate on savouring food and conversing. Tables could be made out of anything flat, such as blankets spread out on the ground, boards balanced on rocks, or wagon tailgates. Families upheld meal customs and table manners despite the primitive surroundings, which helped to maintain a sense of normalcy and civilization in an otherwise chaotic setting. The trail's food experiences for kids were instructive and constricting. They developed tastes for wild foods that most modern children never experience, learned to appreciate simple foods prepared well, and realized how much effort goes into each meal. Not because trail food was especially tasty, but rather because it was connected to adventure, family time around campfires, and the satisfaction of meals that were genuinely earned through the day's work. Many kids later recalled it with surprisingly positive feelings. Wagon food storage required ongoing care to avoid pest damage, deterioration, and contamination from moisture and dust. Barrels of flour were sealed and periodically inspected for moisture damage or weevil activity. The brine used to store salt pork needed to be periodically refilled. Containers used for the storage of dried goods were designed to keep their contents dry and usable for everyday use, while withstanding the frequent jarring of wagon travel. After dinner, there was a community clean-up that bonded families and got everyone ready for the challenges of the following day. When soap was too valuable to spare, sand was used as an abrasive in hot water heated over the campfire to wash dishes. Cooking tools were washed, dried and packed to prevent damage during the night and to ensure they were available for meal preparation in the morning. The cosy sounds and scents of dozens of small communities celebrating the tranquil conclusion of another day on the trail would permeate the camp as families gathered around their fires following evening meals. Despite the challenges and uncertainty of the journey, the atmosphere created by the smell of coffee, wood smoke, and cooking food offered moments of true contentment and family closeness that many people later recalled as some of the happiest times of their lives. Imagine yourself lying on your back and gazing up at more stars than you have ever seen in your life. There are no streetlights or city lights, just a huge dome of sparkling points of light that makes you feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. On the Oregon Trail, families learned to find rest and comfort during this time of night, in circumstances that would be difficult for even seasoned campers today. One of the biggest changes that families had to make was the gradual shift from house sleeping to wagon sleeping, which occurred as they established routines and systems that made their mobile homes into passably comfortable places to sleep. The interior of a covered wagon was about the size of a contemporary walk-in closet, but it had to provide a family with a bedroom, storage, and shelter during months of travel and in all types of weather. Most people didn't realise they had the engineering skills necessary to create sleeping arrangements. If there were mattresses at all, they were typically made of feather ticks or straw, which could be replaced with new materials as needed. More often, families made sleeping surfaces out of blankets, quilts, and whatever padding they could arrange out of soft items like clothing. The objective was to use materials that could be readily packed and rearranged every day to provide enough cushioning to make sleeping on hard wagon floors bearable. Children's sleeping arrangements frequently required the most ingenuity, because their developing bodies required more rest than adults. But small spaces could not accommodate everyone lying flat at once. Families established arrangements in which, in favourable weather, children slept in hammocks hung from the wagon bows, or in which younger children slept crosswise at the wagon's foot while parents slept lengthwise. To make the most of the vertical space within the wagon cover, some families constructed sleeping shelves. Families' nightly sleeping arrangements were greatly influenced by the weather. Many people preferred to sleep outside under the stars when the weather was nice, taking advantage of the space and fresh air that came with sleeping outside while also using the wagon for storage and weather protection. Around the dying campfire, families would set up their bedrolls so that they were close enough to enjoy the last of the warmth, but far enough away to keep smoke and sparks out. Along the trail, the bedtime ritual developed into a treasured family custom that offered security and solace in a setting that was otherwise undergoing constant change. They would gather the children from their evening play, wash their hands and faces with precious water, and say prayers, which frequently included asking for protection for the night ahead, and expressing gratitude for the day's safe travel. While adjusting to the particulars of trail life, these routines helped families stay connected to their home traditions. Families used innovative combinations of canvas screens, well-placed wagons, and unwritten agreements about respecting one another's needs for personal space to deal with the ongoing problem of privacy. Bathing, changing clothes, and other personal tasks required preparation and collaboration, which strained everyone's patience and flexibility, while strengthening family ties. There was a certain atmosphere created by the sounds of a wagon train going to sleep. The night would be filled with the sounds of settling animals, distant coyote calls, and the soft creaking of wagon covers in evening breezes as fires subsided and conversations cooled. These sounds, which at first frightened those used to sleeping indoors, eventually grew reassuring and recognizable, a nighttime symphony that symbolized security, camaraderie, and the prospect of another day's advancement toward Oregon. In order to regulate the temperature in the sleeping quarters of wagons, Layering techniques that would appeal to contemporary outdoor enthusiasts were necessary. Families discovered how to modify their sleeping plans according to the weather, putting on or taking off layers of clothing and blankets to stay warm during nights that could start out warm, and end in frost or start out warm, and turn into storms that put the waterproofing of wagon covers to the test. For wagon sleepers, rain posed unique difficulties because, although the canvas covers were reasonably waterproof when they were first installed, weeks of exposure to the sun, wind and weather caused leaks and weak spots to form. Families discovered how to determine which parts of their wagon covers were most prone to leak, arranging sleeping quarters to prevent drips while maintaining the dryness of necessary items. In order to divert water away from sleeping areas during storms, some families created complex systems of internal tarps and channels. Trail sleeping's psychological components were just as crucial as its logistical components. Those who had always slept in permanent buildings had to get used to the constant movement, the strange noises, and the realization that they were only a thin canvas away from the wild. While adults occasionally found it difficult to cope with the vulnerability and exposure that came with sleeping outside, children frequently found this to be exciting rather than frightening. Around 4:30 a.m., the camp began to come alive, and the trail gradually began to wake up. Usually the first sounds were the soft movements of early risers checking on livestock and someone rekindling cooking fires. Because the day's journey would soon begin and everyone needed to be prepared to break camp and depart with the wagon train, families learned to wake up quietly and effectively. Every morning, regardless of the weather or time constraints, bedding had to be aired, dried and repacked. This daily practice became as important as feeding the animals or making breakfast because damp bedding could result in mould, sickness and sleepless nights. Families devised effective bedding handling procedures that saved time and guaranteed that everything would be cosy and dry for the following night's sleep. Water availability and privacy concerns limited personal hygiene before bed, but families stuck to whatever routines they could. Washing one's face and hands was commonplace when water was available, and families frequently saved a little heated water from cooking in the evening for washing before bed, which was both hygienic and psychologically soothing. Nighttime security measures mirrored the realities of traversing areas where there could be threats from both people and animals. When necessary, wagon trains set up defensive circles, with guards stationed to keep an eye out for issues and livestock kept inside. Families were able to share the comforts and difficulties of trail life in small, intimate camping communities, while still having physical security thanks to these arrangements. Families were engaging in one of humanity's oldest practices, creating shelter and finding rest in makeshift locations during lengthy travels, as they formed their sleeping arrangements each night. The knowledge and memories they acquired during these late hours were incorporated into family tales that would be passed down through the generations, introducing children and grandchildren to the spirit of adventure and tenacity that drove their forefathers across the continent in pursuit of new opportunities and homes. This part of our story will make you appreciate modern conveniences like hospitals, weather forecasts, and the ability to call for help when things go wrong, so settle down a little more in your cosy bed. Families were put to the test in ways they could never have predicted back in their cosy homes along the Oregon Trail, which was more than just a picturesque route through breathtaking countryside. The most dramatic and perilous obstacles that families had to deal with were probably river crossings, which turned tranquil streams into barriers that could quickly endanger lives or destroy everything a family owned. Unlike the meandering rivers you might paddle on a weekend camping trip, the rivers that crossed the Oregon Trail were frequently swift, deep, and erratic, capable of rising overnight as a result of distant storms or seasonal snowmelt. The entire community would stop when a wagon train arrived at a significant river crossing, allowing seasoned travellers to evaluate the situation and determine the best course of action. Wagons could be used to cross some of the crossings, so careful reconnaissance was needed to identify the safest, shallowest paths across rocky or sandy bottoms. Even successful crossings frequently resulted in wagons becoming stuck, tipping, or absorbing water that could destroy months' worth of supplies, so families would take everything valuable out of their wagons and carry it across separately. Other rivers required ferrying, a process that combined the cost of paying ferry operators with the stress of entrusting your whole household to a boat or raft run by strangers whose main qualification was that they owned watercraft, rather than necessarily knowing how to use it safely. In the hopes that everyone would be safely reunited on the other side, families would watch as their valuable wagons, animals and belongings vanished across perilous water, Even seasoned travellers were taken aback by how quickly the weather on the plains could change from pleasant to dangerous. In the open prairie, thunderstorms were not like those most families had encountered in their settled or wooded home areas. Prairie storms, which could scatter livestock, flood campsites, and turn wagon covers into ineffective umbrellas that offered little protection from horizontal rain, appeared like freight trains of rain, hail, and lightning because there were no trees or structures to break the wind, because they could quickly destroy months' worth of carefully stored food supplies and pose a risk of injury to humans and animals with ice chunks the size of chicken eggs. Hailstorms were especially destructive. Even seasoned travellers could be caught off guard by storms that formed more quickly than they could be evacuated, even though families learned to identify the warning signs of severe weather and created emergency protocols to protect themselves and their belongings. As water supplies dried up and temperatures rose above what most families had ever experienced, heat waves and droughts presented distinct but equally severe difficulties, making travel into a battle for survival. Extreme heat caused terrible suffering for oxen and other draft animals, and their suffering put families' ability to travel at risk. When it was feasible, people learned to travel at night when it was cooler, but this led to new navigational challenges and a higher chance of accidents in the dark. Since medical assistance was frequently hundreds of miles away, and folk remedies had to be used in place of professional medical care, illness on the trail was every family's worst nightmare. The most dreaded disease was cholera, which killed healthy adults within days of the onset of symptoms and spread quickly through wagon trains. In communities with doctors and adequate medical supplies, families would witness friends and neighbours pass away from illnesses that could have been prevented, from injuries from falls, animal kicks, or mishaps with cooking fires and tools to digestive issues brought on by changes in diet and water. Children were especially susceptible to the health hazards of trail life. As a result of necessity, parents learned how to treat wounds, set broken bones, and distinguish between symptoms that needed to be treated right away and those that could be handled with rest and simple cures. When replacement parts weren't available, and the closest blacksmith was weeks away, equipment failures could turn a small annoyance into a serious emergency. Common issues included broken wagon wheels, deteriorated axles, and harness failures, all of which needed inventive fixes made with whatever resources were on hand. Families learned how to fix nearly anything using rope, wire, wood scraps, and desperate ingenuity, becoming adept at makeshift repairs. Because animals were both a major financial investment and a means of transportation that many families couldn't afford to replace, the loss of livestock was especially devastating. Overwork, illness, poisonous plants, or wounds that could have been healed with the right veterinary care were the causes of oxen's deaths. Families were forced to make the difficult decisions of trying to buy replacement animals from other travellers at exorbitant prices, or leaving behind belongings to continue with smaller teams when draft animals were lost. As hunting grew less successful and stored supplies ran low, food shortages progressively emerged, forcing families to make more challenging choices regarding resource allocation and rationing. In order for adults to have the strength to handle the wagons and animals, children may go without food. Families would exchange valuables for food from other travellers, or try desperately to collect wild foods that could offer vital nourishment. On a path where landmark recognition was the main means of navigation and weather, could block out familiar features for days at a time. Getting lost was a constant worry. Wagon trains that made incorrect turns could end up in places without water, enough grass for animals, or practical paths for wagons carrying a lot of cargo. Within wagon train communities, family ties and leadership structures were put to the test by the psychological strain of getting lost and the practical difficulties of figuring out the right path. Wagon train disputes led to emotional and social suffering that was frequently more difficult to handle than physical difficulties. Under the pressure of daily travel and group decision-making, personalities that appeared to get along well during the journey's planning stages may drastically diverge. Wagon trains may be divided into rival groups that offered less security and support to one another due to disagreements over leadership, resource sharing, travel speed, and route choice. Most families managed to adjust, get past, and keep going in the direction of Oregon in spite of all these obstacles. When they finally arrived at their destination and faced the difficulty of starting over in uncharted territory, the survival skills and family ties they developed during their shared struggles were invaluable. Families' ability to bounce back from adversity on the trail became a part of their pioneer heritage and family identity, resulting in tales of tenacity and resourcefulness that would be passed down through generations of descendants who might never fully comprehend how their ancestors overcame such incredible obstacles with such limited resources. Think about the neighbourhoods you might encounter on your daily commute, from amiable store owners to travelling entertainers to people whose entire lifestyle was entirely different from your own. This was the social reality of the Oregon Trail, where families came across a remarkable array of individuals, cultures and circumstances that expanded their worldview beyond what could have been discovered through reading or conversation at home, because the reality was much more complicated and generally more tranquil than the dramatic tales that later gained popularity in books and films. Native American encounters were among the most important and misinterpreted aspects of trail life. Wagon trains and Native Americans interacted primarily on a commercial basis, with both parties benefiting from trading goods that each group had in excess for necessities. Informally acting as guides, Native Americans frequently provided information about water sources, safe river crossings, and the terrain ahead, which could help wagon trains avoid hazardous areas or save days of arduous travel. Usually, native peoples would trade this information for food, manufactured goods, or other commodities that they valued. Families learned about advanced cultures that had been successfully occupying and governing the Western territories for many generations as a result of these encounters. The resulting trading partnerships were frequently cordial and advantageous to both parties. In return for coffee, sugar, or manufactured goods like fabric or metal tools, Native Americans may offer fresh meat, vegetables, or other foods. During these interactions, children from both cultures would occasionally play together, sharing games and showing interest in one another's cultures, despite communication difficulties caused by language barriers. Wagon trains were given the chance to rest, resupply, and learn about the conditions that lay ahead during fought encounters, which also offered them a fleeting return to a more civilized society. The trail was interspersed with military forts and trading posts, which made them invaluable oases where families could buy supplies they had run out of, write to family in the United States, and receive news from both sides. Families might come across Mexican traders, French fur trappers, military personnel from different ethnic backgrounds, and other travellers travelling in both directions across the continent at these forts, which were cultural and national melting pots. Families found education about the wider world at these stops to be both fascinating and occasionally overwhelming, as the diversity of people there was frequently greater than anything they had encountered back home. Families who came across mountain men and fur trappers along the trail were captivated and occasionally taken aback by the entirely different way of life they represented. These men appeared to belong more to nature than to civilized society, because they had adapted to wilderness life so thoroughly. Although they were encyclopedic in their knowledge of wilderness resources, navigation, and survival tactics, years of isolation had frequently eroded their social skills. In exchange for supplies or cash, some mountain men worked as wagon train guides, offering their invaluable knowledge of river crossings, route selection, and hazard avoidance. Their tales of explorations, discoveries, and near misses entertained campfires in the evenings, and their real-world expertise assisted families in avoiding hazards and locating resources they might have otherwise overlooked. The daily routine of travelling with their own wagon train companions was broken up by the opportunities for social interaction, supply trading, and news exchange created by other emigrant families travelling in different directions. Families travelling back east, either because they had made the decision to stop or because they had finished their journey and were going back to see family, offered important information about the travel conditions and what to anticipate when they arrived in Oregon. These interactions with returning tourists were especially crucial for families who were starting to second-guess their choice to leave the country. During challenging parts of the trip, hearing first-hand reports of Oregon's opportunities, land availability, and successful settlement helped keep spirits high. On the other hand, learning about mistakes, setbacks, or unforeseen difficulties helped families psychologically get ready for potential realities. As diverse and unforgettable as the human experiences were, the animal encounters on the Oregon Trail range from dangerous circumstances that put families' capacity to defend themselves and their livestock to the test to breathtaking wildlife viewing opportunities. Buffalo herds were one of the most amazing sights that families would ever see. Hundreds of animals stretching to the horizon, producing their own sound effects with the rumble of thousands of hooves and their own weather systems with the dust they raised. Although hunting buffalo produced enough meat to sustain a wagon train for several days, It also required skills that most emigrants had to pick up from more seasoned hunters while they were on the trail. In addition to uniting wagon train members, the communal task of butchering such massive animals taught important lessons about cooperation, resource sharing, and food preservation that would benefit families once they arrived at their destinations. Although they were less frequent than the media made them seem, predator encounters did happen, and forced families to come up with ways to keep both themselves and their livestock safe. The scent of food and the presence of domesticated animals drew wolves, mountain lions, and bears to wagon trains. Families learned to keep weapons on hand in case of emergencies, maintain sufficient fires for protection and deterrence, and set up their camps defensively. Although they occasionally made wagons and livestock dangerous, prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other small animals entertained children. Mile-long prairie dog towns could result in places where wagon wheels or animal hooves could enter burrows and cause harm or damage to equipment. Families learned to read terrain more carefully and to foresee dangers that weren't immediately apparent as a result of these experiences. Families from the eastern regions, where hunting and habitat loss had already reduced wildlife populations, were often astounded by the species and abundance of birds along the trail. The daily entertainment and sporadic hunting opportunities offered by migratory waterfowl, birds of prey, and songbirds complemented food supplies and connected families to the continents and the season's natural rhythms. Every night, as wagons circled for safety and company, domestic animals from other wagon trains developed their own social dynamics, as dogs, cats, chickens and other pets interacted across the makeshift communities. Dogs would form their own social groups and hierarchies, which occasionally reflected the bonds that were growing within their human families. Once they made it through the trip, cats were useful in keeping rodents out of the way of food supplies that were being stored. People who had chosen unusual life paths and were on the trail for reasons that didn't fit the usual emigration patterns were frequently the subjects of the most unexpected encounters. The trail community was enriched with diversity and stimulating discussions from missionaries who were going to start churches among Native American communities, scientists who were gathering specimens for institutions in the East, artists who were recording the Western landscape, and adventurers who were looking for experiences rather than settlement. These oddball explorers frequently had abilities, insights, or knowledge that helped entire wagon trains. A missionary's proficiency in a language could help them communicate with Native Americans. In times of medical emergency, a scientist's medical knowledge could be extremely helpful. It's possible that an artist's ability to observe things helped them recognize landmarks or predict weather patterns more precisely than the average emigrant. Through dramatic encounters with mail carriers and express riders, trail families were able to re-establish a connection with the wider world that they had temporarily abandoned. Between distant communities and government outposts, these professional travellers transported letters, newspapers, and official communications at a far faster pace than wagon trains. When they reached wagon train campsites, there was a lot of excitement and a chance to communicate with anxious family members back in the United States. As families grew closer to one another under the harsh circumstances of shared travel and mutual reliance, the social dynamics within individual wagon trains changed continuously. It is possible for people who appeared to get along during the planning stages to have personality conflicts that only surfaced under pressure. On the other hand, families that had previously appeared to have little in common may become friends for many generations. Wagon train leadership structures were continuously evaluated and improved because various circumstances required various kinds of knowledge and judgment. The elected captain may have great route planning skills but struggle with interpersonal conflict resolution. During certain difficulties, such as crossing rivers, experiencing medical crises, or coming across potentially hostile groups, other travellers may show themselves to be natural leaders. Children learned things from the diverse range of people they met on the trail that they could not have learned in a homeschool. They developed social skills that would be useful in the diverse communities they would assist in creating in Oregon Territory, learned how to communicate across language barriers, and appreciated various cultural approaches to common problems. Generations of descendants were introduced to the adventure and variety of the trail experience through the cherished family stories that grew out of these encounters. Grandchildren would hear about the Native American chief who helped their grandfather's wagon train find water during a drought, the French trapper who taught their grandmother to identify edible plants, or the returning emigrant who alerted them to a hazardous river crossing in time to save lives and property. Imagine the moment you see the end of your journey coming, not just another river to cross or another range of hills to traverse, but the real destination that has kept your hopes alive through every hardship and challenge of the trail, after months of waking up to the sound of creaking wagon wheels and the routine of setting camp before dawn. Families who had spent months concentrating on the day-to-day difficulties of travel without fully understanding how different their new home would be from everything they'd known before, found the approach to Oregon Territory to be both exhilarating and daunting. Gradually, the terrain started to shift from the arid splendour of the high plains and desert to the woods and mountains that would eventually become their new home. The initial view of the Columbia River was a poignant moment for many families, signalling the actual start of the end of their trail experience. The highway that would take them to the Willamette Valley and the farmland they had fantasized about during the challenging months of travel was this enormous waterway, which also served as the last significant challenge to be overcome. After the dry conditions of a large portion of the trail, it was nearly overwhelming to see that much water. There were particular opportunities and challenges associated with the last river trip down the Columbia. Families had to choose between attempting the challenging Barlow Road over the Cascade Mountains or taking a chance on the perilous river passage through the Columbia Gorge. Neither choice was simple, and both needed energy and resources that families may have believed they had already used up on the overland trip. Those who took the river route were forced to hire boatmen or load their wagons onto improvised rafts in order to move their belongings through rapids that had destroyed a great deal of property and taken many lives. For families who had preserved their possessions over 2,000 miles of overland travel, the irony of possibly losing everything within sight of their destination was not lost. Families that opted for the mountain route encountered distinct difficulties as they learned that the Cascade Mountains offered a landscape that was different from what they had experienced during the prairie sections of their trip. Steep grades, dense forests, and undeveloped roads presented new challenges for their animals and equipment, while also offering breathtaking views that served as a reminder of the original reason for their journey. After months of waiting and adversity, the actual arrival in the Willamette Valley was frequently unimpressive. Many families found themselves in an area that, although beautiful and fertile, needed the same pioneering skills they'd developed on the trail to build the homes and communities they'd imagined, without a welcoming committee or established community infrastructure. For families who were suddenly faced with decisions that would impact generations of their descendants, the land selection process was both thrilling and daunting. Large tracts of land remained available for families prepared to put in the effort to clear forests, start farms, and construct the infrastructure required for long-term settlement, even though the best land was frequently already claimed by previous emigrants. Together, families who had experienced the trail together and newcomers who had arrived at different times or by different routes came together to build the first shelter. Families used the skills they had learned from months of camping and improvised living to build temporary shelter that would keep them safe during their first Oregon winter while they worked on more permanent buildings. Many families found the shift from trail life to settled life to be more challenging than they had expected. The routine of clearing land, planting crops, and building permanent homes could feel restrictive and monotonous after months of continuous movement and daily change. Some family members suffered from a sort of homesickness for the nomadic lifestyle they had left behind, especially the kids who had enjoyed the trail adventure. Families from diverse backgrounds with varying opinions about the best way to organise communities and varying methods of problem-solving from their trail experiences had to work together and compromise in order to establish communities in Oregon Territory. For the establishment of the government agencies, churches and schools that would transform Oregon Territory into a livable community, the social skills acquired during months of wagon train travel proved crucial. Families that had saved money for trail supplies and equipment found it difficult to adjust to the economic realities of starting over in a new territory. They now had to create revenue streams while pursuing their land claims. Many families were forced to combine farming with other jobs, using new skills they learned on the trail or skills they had honed back home. Because the demands of frontier life demanded adaptability and resourcefulness that went beyond conventional gender boundaries, women's roles in Oregon Territory frequently expanded beyond what had been feasible in their prior homes. These skills were crucial for frontier homemaking for women who had gained experience in managing outdoor cooking, handling livestock and repairing equipment during the trail experience. Children's education became a community priority, requiring families to work together to build schools and hire teachers in places without such facilities. Children who were educated by walking beside wagons and learning useful skills around campfires frequently demonstrated greater adaptability to the learning conditions of the frontier than adults had anticipated. Within a few years of the large emigrations, the success stories from Oregon Territory started to reach friends and family back in the United States, inspiring more families to follow suit and generating a feedback loop that kept the westward movement going for decades. More waves of emigration were spurred by letters that described the country's rich soil, temperate climate, and prospects for growth. But not all Oregon tales were triumphs. Families also described the hardships of frontier life, the distance from loved ones and familiar surroundings, and the arduous physical work needed to start successful farms in densely forested areas. Later emigrants were better equipped to handle the difficulties they would encounter after finishing the trail journey thanks to these more realistic accounts. Families that had walked the trail together continued to have close ties and support networks that helped everyone adjust to their new surroundings, forming community networks that were frequently based on the shared experience of the trail in Oregon Territory. The ties forged during these months of mutual reliance and adversity turned out to be enduring underpinnings for the communities that would come to characterize Oregon's early growth, through letters that shared updates from both sides and occasionally urged more family members to travel west. Trail families also kept in touch with friends and family who had stayed in the United States. These correspondence networks offered emotional support to people adjusting to drastically different lives and assisted in maintaining family ties over great distances. More than 150 years after the last major wagon trains finished their journeys to Oregon Territory, think about how the adventures we've been following together still shape American culture and family tales as you sink deeper into your cozy bed and pull your blanket a little closer. Along with their belongings, the families who travelled the Oregon Trail carried with them stories, skills, and values that would impact the character of communities across the region and help shape the future of the American West. The trail itself turned into a life-changing event that altered people's perspectives on difficulties, teamwork, and the potential for establishing new types of communities in addition to where they lived. Children who grew up in established agricultural communities had a different relationship with nature than children who had spent their early years walking beside wagons, learning to identify edible plants and assisting with livestock management. With the perspectives and abilities that proved crucial for success in frontier conditions, these trail-educated kids frequently rose to prominence as leaders and innovators in their Oregon communities. Families' ability to solve problems, such as repairing equipment using whatever materials were available, coming up with inventive ways to deal with food and water shortages, and modifying daily routines to accommodate shifting weather and terrain conditions, was shaped by months of trail travel and lived on in Western communities for generations. In frontier societies where survival occasionally hinged on everyone's ability to carry out whatever tasks were required, regardless of traditional gender expectations, women who had managed outdoor cooking, handled livestock, and made crucial decisions during trail emergencies frequently discovered that these experiences had prepared them for expanded roles. An extensive oral history that linked generations of Western families to their emigrant ancestors was produced by the storytelling customs that grew out of trail experiences. Grandchildren who had never seen a covered wagon would be raised on elaborate tales of buffalo hunts, river crossings, and the hardships of spending months sleeping outside. Themes of tenacity, resourcefulness, and cooperation that became fundamental values in Western societies were frequently highlighted in these family tales. Through preparation, cooperation, and perseverance, the trail experience showed that regular people could overcome extraordinary obstacles, lessons that were applicable well beyond the initial emigration context. A distinctive American mythology that emphasized both individual success and teamwork was also produced by the trail. Families had to be independent and resourceful to successfully complete the Oregon Trail journey, but they also had to rely on their wagon train fellows for support and assistance in times of need. The experiential, practical learning that had defined trail education had an impact on educational establishments in Oregon Territory and later Oregon State. The recognition that frontier life required individuals who could combine intellectual capacity with practical problem-solving abilities was reflected in schools that placed an emphasis on practical skills in addition to traditional academic subjects. Early conservation attitudes in Western communities were shaped by the environmental consciousness that families gained from months of intimate observation of weather patterns, seasonal variations, and the availability of natural resources. Individuals who had personally witnessed the effects of resource depletion, water pollution, and overgrazing were frequently more in favour of sustainable land management techniques. The experience of the trail itself altered and adapted the religious and cultural traditions that made their way west in covered wagons. During months when worship sessions were conducted outdoors, around campfires, rather than in conventional buildings, churches in Oregon Territory frequently reflected a more pragmatic, informal approach to religious practice. Wagon trains had employed democratic decision-making procedures to settle conflicts, choose routes, and oversee local resources, which had an impact on the political institutions that arose in Oregon Territory. On the trail, town meetings and community collaboration had been crucial survival tactics, and these methods of governance permeated early Oregon communities' political systems. The folk medicine and practical first aid skills that families had acquired through trail travel had an impact on medical practices in frontier communities. Community healers frequently combined traditional remedies with techniques learned through trial experience, having learned how to treat illnesses and injuries with little money and no professional medical assistance. Lessons learned about soil conservation, crop diversification, and sustainable farming practices during the trail journey were reflected in the agricultural practices that emerged in Oregon Territory. During their westward migration, families frequently applied the lessons they had learned about the negative environmental effects of poor land management to their own farming operations. Relationships and trust built during shared trail experiences frequently served as the foundation for the business and economic networks that emerged in early Oregon communities. As they founded companies and economic alliances in their new communities, people who had shared resources, exchanged goods, and worked together in times of need maintained these connections. The practical, functional approach to problem solving that families had developed over months of building temporary shelters and setting up effective campsites under difficult circumstances was reflected in the architectural styles and community planning techniques that defined early Oregon settlements. In Oregon and other western states, contemporary family reunions and heritage celebrations frequently focus on honouring the bravery and tenacity of trail ancestors, giving descendant families a chance to reconnect with their pioneering heritage and come to understand the struggles their ancestors faced. A unique American optimism regarding the potential for self-reinvention, starting over, and generating better opportunities through perseverance and hard work was also influenced by the Oregon Trail experience. This fresh start mindset became a hallmark of American culture and still shapes people's perspectives on individual and collective growth. Interpretation programs help modern people comprehend the enormity of the challenge that 19th century families faced when they packed their belongings into covered wagons and set out west toward uncertain futures, while historical preservation efforts along the Oregon Trail route have given modern families the chance to experience something of what trail travel was like. The trail experience also had an impact on American literature, art, and popular culture in ways that still shape American society's perceptions of the westward migration, frontier life, and the interplay between individual success and group collaboration. As our time on the Oregon Trail draws to a close, picture yourself sleeping in your own bed for the night, not a bedroll by a smouldering campfire or a small room inside a canvas-covered wagon, but your own cosy bed with cosy pillows, dependable warmth, and the safety of sturdy walls surrounding you. As they change from travellers to settlers, from emigrants to Oregonians, and from people heading toward an uncertain future to those creating permanent communities that would endure for generations, the families whose stories we have been following tonight ultimately found their own forms of this comfort. Eventually the children who had learned to sleep to the sounds of wagon covers, flapping in prairie winds and coyotes calling, grew up in homes with glass windows, wooden floors, and enough room for everyone to have a bed. However, a number of them subsequently stated that they never fully lost their love of sleeping outside or their capacity to find solace in basic sleeping arrangements when necessary. Eventually, the parents who had been anxious every night about their family's safety in the wilderness found themselves in towns with churches, schools, and neighbours who they could rely on in times of need. Although they had found the security they had sought by moving west, the independence and resourcefulness they had gained along the way remained traits they carried with them for the rest of their lives. The farms, businesses, and communities they established in Oregon Territory were built on the skills they had acquired over months of cooking over campfires, repairing equipment, and managing resources. Their approach to community development and problem-solving remained characterized by the collaboration and support that had been crucial for trail survival. Their tales of their experiences on the trail became cherished family heirlooms that were handed down through the generations, bridging the gap between ancestors who had risked everything on the hope of establishing better lives in uncharted territory and children who had never seen a covered wagon. These tales frequently focused on the practical aspects of everyday life, the value of planning and teamwork, and the fulfillment that came from conquering obstacles with perseverance and support from one another, rather than the romantic adventure that would later be celebrated in popular culture. When modern families trace their roots to Oregon Trail emigrants, they frequently discover that the attitudes and viewpoints that kept their ancestors going during the westward migration still have an impact on family culture generations later. These include attitudes toward problem solving, methods for getting involved in the community, and an appreciation of both independence and interdependence. The Oregon Trail story showed that regular people could achieve extraordinary feats by combining practical skills with a belief that their efforts would eventually result in better opportunities for their families, individual willpower with community collaboration, and meticulous preparation with adaptability. Tonight, as you get comfortable in your own bed, you may consider how the safety and convenience you take for granted are the result of people overcoming obstacles and creating communities by leaving behind comfortable surroundings in pursuit of better futures for their kids and grandkids. The soft sounds of your contemporary evening, possibly the distant hum of your heating systems, the distant sound of traffic or the familiar creaks of your house settling, are the same as the reassuring campfire sounds that eventually made it easier for trail families to go to sleep each night knowing that they were surrounded by people who shared their objectives and would support them through any difficulties that might arise the next day. The trail families eventually found what they were looking for, not just rich land or lucrative prospects, but the fulfillment that comes from showing themselves and their kids that willpower, teamwork, and ingenuity could overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and open up new possibilities where none had previously existed. Their legacy endures not only in the neighbourhoods they established and the families they reared, but also in the enduring American conviction that individuals can better their lot in life by working hard, supporting one another, and having the guts to go where others have gone in pursuit of better opportunities. As you fall asleep tonight, you're engaging in the same fundamental human activity that those trail families engaged in at the end of each day, finding solace and rest after the hardships of the day, regaining strength for the opportunities of tomorrow, and retaining the belief that perseverance and teamwork can overcome any challenges that may arise. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of a long line of people who, despite the most trying circumstances, managed to provide comfort, security, and a sense of community. They also left behind enduring values and useful skills that continue to shape how families handle opportunities and challenges. Even though the Oregon Trail was abandoned more than 150 years ago, the spirit of adventure, tenacity, and camaraderie that defined the trail experience still serves as motivation for those who embark on their own difficult and unknown journeys in search of better futures. Sweet visions of campfire dinners, covered wagons, and the fulfillment that comes from realizing that regular people can achieve genuinely remarkable feats when they band together and help one another. Picture this. You're settling in with your evening tea, maybe wondering what life was really like for women in one of history's most mysterious empires. Well, grab that blanket a little tighter, because the truth about Ottoman women is far more fascinating than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Let's start by throwing out everything you think you know about harems. Could you imagine those gauzy, perfumed chambers filled with languishing beauties? This is pure fantasy, my friend. The reality was more like a cross between a boarding school, a finishing academy, and, if we're being honest, a very exclusive sorority house with serious political clout. You see, the Ottoman imperial harem wasn't just where the Sultan kept his wives. It was the nerve centre of female power in an empire that stretched from Hungary to Yemen. Think of it as the ultimate women's networking event that lasted for centuries. The women there weren't just sitting around eating Turkish delight and fanning themselves. They were running businesses, influencing politics, and quite literally shaping the future of 3 continents. Take Hurrem Sultan, for instance. You might know her as Roxolana if you've watched any Turkish dramas lately. This Ukrainian woman didn't just catch the eye of Suleiman the Magnificent. She completely revolutionised how imperial marriages worked. Before her, sultans didn't marry their concubines. After her? Well, let's just say she rewrote the rules while having breakfast. But here's what really tickles me about Ottoman women's history. While European ladies were still asking permission to read books, Ottoman women were founding libraries, commissioning mosques, and running international trade networks. The Valide Sultan, the mother of the reigning sultan, wielded more real political power than most kings in Europe. She controlled her own court, budget and intelligence network, surpassing the capabilities of any modern diplomat. The morning routine in the harem would put your yoga class to shame. These women started their days in communal baths that were architectural marvels. Imagine soaking in warm marble pools while discussing the latest political developments and planning which public works projects to fund next. The hammam wasn't just about getting clean, it was where deals were made, alliances formed, and the empire's future quietly decided over rose-scented steam. And speaking of morning routines, let's talk about coffee. Yes, coffee. Ottoman women were among the first to embrace this revolutionary beverage, turning coffee houses into informal centres of female social power. While the men were off conquering territories, the women were conquering hearts and minds over perfectly brewed Turkish coffee. They even developed elaborate coffee fortune-telling traditions that still exist today. Because apparently, reading the future in coffee grounds is both practical and entertaining. The clothing these women wore would make modern fashion designers weep with envy. Forget those flimsy hair and pants from costume shops. Real Ottoman women dressed in layers of silk and velvet that cost more than small kingdoms. Their kaftans were walking art galleries, embroidered with golden threads that told stories of their own. A single sleeve might feature motifs representing their hometown, their achievements, and their hopes for the future. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about these women was their education. While European women were considered well-educated if they could embroider nicely, Ottoman women were studying mathematics, astronomy, literature, and theology. They wrote poetry that influenced entire literary movements, composed music that echoed through palace halls, and engaged in philosophical debates that would challenge any modern academic. The evening entertainment in the harem wasn't what you'd expect either. Instead of belly dancing, which by the way wasn't even particularly Ottoman, these women organised sophisticated salons where they discussed everything from architecture to military strategy. They were patrons of the arts who discovered and supported some of the empire's greatest talents. So as you drift off tonight, remember this. The next time someone mentions Ottoman women, you'll know they weren't just beautiful ornaments in a sultan's collection. They were the backbone of an empire, the power behind the throne, and quite possibly having more fun than anyone gives them credit for. Now that you're comfortable, let's slip into the silk slippers of the most powerful woman in the Ottoman Empire, the Valide Sultan. Imagine waking up each morning knowing that your decisions could literally reshape the map of the world before lunch. There's no pressure, right? The Valide Sultan's day started before sunrise, not due to her preference for early mornings, but due to the unpredictable nature of running a transcontinental empire. Her morning briefing would make any modern CEO's head spin. Reports from provincial governors, updates on military campaigns, intelligence from the Venetian ambassador, and oh yes, making sure her son, the Sultan, remembered to eat something besides dates and honey for breakfast. These women weren't just figureheads with fancy titles. They controlled enormous budgets, managed vast real estate portfolios, and maintained diplomatic correspondence with queens and empresses across Europe. Safiye Sultan, mother of Mehmed III, once casually decided to fund the construction of a massive mosque complex in Istanbul. In response to the treasurer's concerns about the cost, she said, "Well, build it anyway. The empire can afford it, and if it can't, we'll just conquer somewhere wealthy." Talk about confidence in your family business. The bureaucracy these women had to navigate on a daily basis would cause modern politicians immense anxiety. Every morning brought a parade of officials, each with their agenda, their problems, and their own very creative interpretations of the truth. The Valide Sultan had to be part diplomat, part detective, and part mother hen, often all before her morning coffee had a chance to cool down. Interestingly, these women established their own informal communication networks, surpassing the capabilities of any modern social media platform. Through a system of loyal servants, strategic marriages, and carefully placed allies, a Valide Sultan could have information from the farthest corners of the empire on her desk, faster than official government reports. They practically invented crowdsourcing, except instead of entertaining cat videos, they were sharing intelligence about trade routes and military movements. The midday meal in the Valide Sultan's quarters wasn't just lunch. It was a diplomatic summit disguised as a social gathering. Picture this. You're trying to enjoy your stuffed grape leaves while simultaneously mediating a dispute between two provincial governors, planning your daughter's wedding to strengthen an alliance with Crimean nobility, and deciding whether to support your son's latest military adventure. It was just another Tuesday in the life of the most powerful woman in the empire. The real magic unfolded during afternoon audiences. Petitioners would line up, merchants seeking trade privileges, scholars requesting patronage, and mothers asking for their sons' release from military service. The Valide Sultan had to be Solomon, and Mother Teresa rolled into one, dispensing justice and mercy in equal measure. And she had to do it all while wearing about 15 pounds of ceremonial robes and a headdress that required its own architectural support system. The paperwork alone would terrify a modern administrator. Every decision had to be documented, every favour carefully recorded, and every alliance meticulously tracked. These women were managing complex political relationships across dozens of cultures and languages, all while maintaining the delicate balance between Islamic law, imperial tradition, and practical necessity. But perhaps the most exhausting part of a Valide Sultan's day was managing the family dynamics. Imagine trying to keep peace between multiple daughters-in-law, who each think their son should be the next sultan, while also making sure your own son doesn't make any catastrophically bad decisions. It was like running family therapy sessions for people who had armies at their disposal. The evening hours brought a different kind of work, the meticulous cultivation of culture and learning that elevated the Ottoman court to a position of European envy. These women were patrons of poets, architects, musicians, and scholars. They commissioned breathtaking works of art, funded scientific expeditions that enriched human knowledge, and supported literary salons that produced some of the world's greatest poetry. And through it all, they maintained their grace, their dignity, and their sense of humour. Managing an empire spanning 3 continents requires one to either embrace the absurdity of the situation or succumb to complete insanity. Thankfully, the majority of them opted for laughter, which likely explains why their legacy endures today, despite the collapse of many other powerful dynasties. Pull that blanket up a little higher, because we're about to dive into the most misunderstood aspect of Ottoman women's lives: love and marriage. And trust me, it's nothing like what you've seen in those dramatic television series where everyone seems to spend their entire day gazing longingly through latticed windows. Firstly, let's tackle the most significant issue: the Sultan in the harem. Ottoman marriage politics was so complex they'd make modern dating apps look simple. These were not merely romantic arrangements. They were international treaties accompanied by a wedding cake. Entire regions awaited the marriage of an Ottoman princess, as the alliance had the potential to shift the balance of power from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. Take Princess Mihrama, daughter of Suleiman the Magnificent. Princess Mihrama's marriage to Grand Vizier Rustem Pasha was not merely a romantic union, despite their mutual fondness, but a strategic manoeuvre that solidified power, ensured loyalty, and extended her influence beyond the traditional realm of a wife. She basically became the empire's unofficial foreign minister, except with better jewellery and significantly more dramatic family dinners. But here's what's truly fascinating. Ottoman women had far more say in their marriages than their European counterparts. While English and French ladies were being traded like poker chips, Ottoman women, especially those of higher rank, could negotiate their marriage contracts, specify their rights, and even include divorce clauses. Before prenuptial agreements gained popularity, Ottoman women were crafting prenuptial agreements that would leave modern lawyers envious. The whole concubine system, while obviously problematic by today's standards, was actually more nuanced than most people realise. Many of these women wielded enormous influence, accumulated vast personal wealth, and maintained their households after their formal relationships ended. Some became powerful businesswomen, others devoted themselves to charitable works, and quite a few became the power behind various political movements. Rather than being passive victims, these women actively participated in the process, often outperforming their male counterparts. The marriage ceremonies in the Ottoman court surpassed the grandeur of modern royal weddings. We're talking week-long celebrations that involved the entire city, with processions, fireworks, and enough food to feed a small army. The bride's trousseau alone could fund a military campaign, featuring textiles from across the empire, jewellery that required its security detail, and household items crafted by the finest artisans in the known world. But the real drama happened after the wedding, when these women had to navigate the intricate social hierarchies of their new homes. An Ottoman bride wasn't just marrying a man, she was entering a complex web of relationships with other wives, concubines, children, and extended family members. Success necessitated the diplomatic abilities of an ambassador, the forbearance of a saint, and the strategic acumen of a chess grandmaster. The love letters that survive from this period are absolutely delicious. These women wrote with passion, wit, and sometimes a delightfully cutting sense of humour. One princess wrote to her husband during a military campaign, "The roses in our garden are blooming beautifully, much like my affection for you, though the roses require less maintenance and complain far less about the weather." Apparently, even royal romance came with a side of gentle teasing. Divorce, while not common, was possible and sometimes surprisingly amicable. Ottoman women could retain their property, their titles, and often their influence. Some divorced imperial wives went on to become major patrons of the arts, funding mosques, schools, and charitable foundations. They basically invented the concept of independent wealth and social influence after marriage, which wasn't exactly trending in 16th century Europe. The children from these marriages often became bridges between different cultures and traditions. Ottoman princesses who married into noble families across the empire didn't just bring political alliances, they brought languages, customs, artistic traditions, and culinary preferences that enriched the already diverse Ottoman cultural landscape. They were walking cultural exchange programs, minus the awkward icebreaker activities. And let's not forget the grandmothers, the former wives and mothers who had successfully navigated decades of imperial politics. These women became the unofficial advisors, the keepers of institutional memory, and the ones who could gently, or not so gently, remind everyone how things were supposed to work. They were living libraries of political wisdom, relationship advice, and probably some truly spectacular gossip. So tonight, as you're drifting off to sleep, remember that Ottoman love stories weren't just about passion and romance, though there was certainly plenty of both. They were about women who knew that love and politics could coexist, that the heart and mind could work together, and that writing your own rules about relationships could be revolutionary. Let's wander away from the palace now and into the bustling heart of Ottoman commerce, where women were quietly revolutionising business practices while everyone else was arguing about trade routes. Grab your imaginary market basket, because we're about to discover that Ottoman women basically invented entrepreneurship centuries before anyone thought to call it that. The Grand Bazaar of Istanbul wasn't just a shopping destination, it was the New York Stock Exchange, Silicon Valley and Wall Street all rolled into one magnificent aromatic maze. And surprise. Women weren't just shopping there, they were running the show from behind the scenes, pulling strings like master puppeteers who happened to have excellent taste in textiles. Meet the Tukar Hanim, the merchant women who operated trading networks that spanned from Cairo to Crimea. These weren't small-time shopkeepers selling trinkets to tourists. We're talking about women who financed entire caravans, maintained warehouses across multiple continents, and could crash local economies simply by deciding not to buy silk that season. They were the original power shoppers, except they were shopping wholesale, and their purchasing decisions affected international trade. The textile business was particularly dominated by women, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. Who better to judge the quality of silk than someone who's been wearing it since childhood? These women developed quality control standards that European guilds couldn't match. They could determine the origin of a piece of fabric by touch alone, spot inferior dyes from across a crowded bazaar, and negotiate prices that would make modern corporate lawyers proud. But here's where it gets intriguing. Many of these businesswomen were also major creditors. They loaned money to everyone from village merchants to provincial governors, and their record-keeping systems were so sophisticated that European banking houses eventually adopted similar practices. They basically invented commercial banking, except with better customer service and considerably more style. The spice trade was another female-dominated arena, which honestly makes perfect sense. These women were knowledgeable about the freshness of cardamom pods, the value of saffron, and the art of blending spices to elevate ordinary meals into culinary masterpieces. They created preservation techniques, shipping methods, and quality grading systems that remain in use today. An Ottoman spice merchant could track her products from a village in India to a kitchen in Prague, surpassing the capabilities of modern supply chain management. The jewellery business was practically a female monopoly, and for good reason. Ottoman women understood gems not just as decorative objects, but as portable wealth, investment vehicles and insurance policies all rolled into one sparkly package. They could appraise a ruby faster than modern gemologists, create demand for specific stones through strategic wearing at social events, and time their sales to market fluctuations with an accuracy that would impress any modern-day trader. What's truly remarkable is how these women balanced their business empires with their family responsibilities. Imagine managing import-export operations across 3 continents, ensuring your daughter's wedding is adorned with the finest linens, your son's education incorporates the latest mathematical concepts, and your household functions smoothly enough to host diplomatic dinners on short notice. These women were the original multitaskers, juggling responsibilities that would overwhelm most modern executives. These businesswomen's networking capabilities surpassed those of modern professional organisations. They maintained correspondence with female merchants from Morocco to Malaysia, sharing market intelligence, warning each other about dishonest dealers, and coordinating prices to maintain profitable margins. They had created an informal international chamber of commerce centuries before anyone thought to formalise such organisations. Many of these women also became incredible philanthropists, using their wealth to fund public works projects that benefited entire communities. They built fountains that provided free water to travellers, established caravanserai that offered safe lodging for merchants, and funded schools that educated children regardless of their family's ability to pay. They understood that successful business required healthy communities, a concept that modern corporate social responsibility programs are just beginning to rediscover. The Ottoman system of private property rights for women was revolutionary for its time. Women could own businesses outright, inherit commercial properties, and pass their enterprises to their daughters without male interference. This created dynasties of female entrepreneurs that spanned generations, with business knowledge and trade secrets passed down through maternal lines like family recipes, and perhaps most importantly, these women proved that commerce and culture weren't separate spheres. They were patrons of the arts who commissioned beautiful objects that were also functional trade goods. They understood that beauty and practicality could coexist, that successful business could support cultural advancement, and that profit and principle weren't mutually exclusive. So as you're settling in for the night, take a moment to appreciate these forgotten pioneers of international commerce. They were building global businesses while wearing fabulous clothes, maintaining loving families and contributing to their communities, all without a single PowerPoint presentation or quarterly earnings call. Now that's what I call work-life balance. Let's dim the lights a little and settle into the literary salons and artistic workshops where Ottoman women were quietly creating some of the most beautiful and influential works in Islamic civilization. Pour yourself another cup of tea, because we're about to meet some women who wielded brushes and pens like other people wielded swords. Imagine walking into a room where poetry flows like wine, where mathematical equations are discussed with the same passion as love sonnets, and where the latest architectural plans are debated alongside philosophical treatises. This wasn't some fantasy literary society. This was just Tuesday evening in the household of any educated Ottoman woman worth her embroidered silk. Take Miri Hatun, a 15th century poet who wrote verses so beautiful that they're still quoted in Turkish literature classes today. However, it's important to note that she wasn't limited to writing about flowers and unrequited love, unlike her European contemporaries. She wrote sharp, witty social commentary that could slice through pretension like a well-sharpened scimitar. Her poetry was so influential that it shaped literary movements across the Ottoman territories, and her love poems were so steamy they probably made the censors blush. But poetry was just the beginning. Ottoman women were accomplished calligraphers at a time when beautiful handwriting was considered one of the highest art forms. They didn't just copy texts, they transformed them into visual masterpieces where the words themselves became decorative elements. A single page of their work could take months to complete, with each letter carefully crafted to create patterns that were both readable and breathtakingly beautiful. The manuscripts these women illuminated weren't just lovely books, they were the medieval equivalent of multimedia presentations. They combined text, illustration, decorative elements, and sometimes even mathematical diagrams into cohesive works of art. These women were essentially graphic designers working with gold leaf and crushed gemstones instead of Photoshop, and their creations have survived centuries, While most digital art from 20 years ago is already obsolete, music was another realm where Ottoman women excelled, though they faced the intriguing challenge of performing in a culture that valued privacy. So what did they do? They created intimate musical traditions that flourished in private spaces. They composed pieces specifically for small gatherings, developed new instrumental techniques suited to domestic settings, and passed down musical knowledge through female-only networks that preserved traditions for centuries. The mathematical achievements of Ottoman women are particularly impressive, mainly because nobody expected them to be interested in numbers. These women studied astronomy not just for intellectual curiosity, but because understanding celestial movements was crucial for everything from agricultural planning to navigation. Some became skilled enough to calculate prayer times for their entire regions, create accurate calendars, and even predict eclipses with remarkable precision. Despite the apparent male dominance in the field of architecture, Ottoman women were responsible for commissioning and designing buildings that continue to astonish today. They didn't just hire architects and say, "Make it pretty." They were intimately involved in every detail, from the mathematical proportions that created perfect acoustics to the decorative programs that told complex symbolic stories. The Mirama Sultan Mosque in Istanbul, for example, was designed to align with the sun so that on the anniversary of the Sultan's birthday, light would illuminate the interior in a specific pattern. That's not just architecture, that's poetry written in stone and sunlight. The textile arts reached levels of sophistication under Ottoman women that modern factories still struggle to match. They developed weaving techniques that created fabrics so fine they seemed to float, dyeing methods that produced colours of impossible vibrancy, and embroidery patterns so complex they required mathematical understanding to execute properly. A single Ottoman court kaftan might contain more artistic and technical innovation than most contemporary art installations. But perhaps most remarkably, these women understood that art and learning weren't separate from daily life. They were integral to it. They taught their children to appreciate beauty, alongside practical skills, integrated artistic elements into everyday objects, and created environments where creativity and intellectual curiosity were simply part of the family culture. The libraries these women established weren't just collections of books. They were community centres where knowledge was shared across social boundaries. They funded copying projects that preserved ancient texts, sponsored translations that made foreign knowledge accessible, and maintained correspondence with scholars across the known world. They were essentially running early versions of research universities, except with better food and more comfortable seating. Many of these women also became accomplished physicians, combining traditional knowledge with new medical discoveries. They maintained detailed records of their treatments, developed new remedies, and trained other women in medical arts. Some specialised in women's health, others in paediatrics, and a few became renowned for their surgical skills. They understood that healing was both an art and a science, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also intuitive understanding of human nature. What strikes me most about these Ottoman women artists and scholars is their confidence. They didn't apologise for their intelligence or hide their accomplishments. They signed their works, engaged in public debates, and claimed their place in intellectual traditions with the kind of bold assurance that modern women are still fighting to achieve. So tonight, as you're drifting towards sleep, remember these women who understood that beauty and knowledge were not luxuries but necessities, that creativity and intellect could flourish together, and that the most lasting revolutions are often fought with brushes, pens, and the radical act of refusing to be anything less than brilliant. Now, recline comfortably as we delve into the ways Ottoman women transformed their religious devotion into a potent force for social transformation, fostering communities and providing support to the vulnerable, with a refinement that would impress any contemporary non-profit organisation. These women understood that faith without action was like tea without warmth, technically still tea, but missing the whole point. The concept of charitable giving in Islamic tradition provided Ottoman women with a unique opportunity to exercise public influence while maintaining their religious and social standing. They took this opportunity and ran with it, like marathon runners who happened to be carrying purses full of gold coins. The scale of their charitable works was staggering. We're talking about social programs that supported entire communities for generations. Consider Gülnush Sultan, who in the early 18th century established one of the most comprehensive charitable foundations in Ottoman history. Her kuliye, a charitable complex included a mosque, a school, a hospital, a caravanserai for travellers, kitchens for the poor, and workshops for artisans. It was basically a one-stop social services centre that provided everything from emergency medical care to job training, all funded and managed by one remarkably organised woman who apparently never met a social problem she couldn't solve with careful planning and generous funding. The hospital system these women developed was revolutionary for its time. These women were not merely constructing a place for the sick to lie down and hope for recovery. Instead, they were establishing medical institutions equipped with specialised departments, skilled staff, and cutting-edge treatment methods. Some of these hospitals had separate wings for different ailments, libraries for medical research, and even music therapy programs, because these women understood that healing involved more than just physical treatment. But here's what's really impressive: the financial management systems they created to sustain these charitable works. These weren't just one-time donations. They were endowments designed to generate income in perpetuity. These women were essentially creating sustainable funding models for social programs, complete with diversified investment portfolios, professional management structures, and accountability measures that ensured their charitable intentions would be carried out long after they were gone. The educational institutions they founded were particularly groundbreaking. While Europe was still debating whether women should learn to read, Ottoman women were establishing schools that taught everything from basic literacy to advanced mathematics, often to students regardless of their ability to pay. They understood that education was the most effective form of charity because it gave people tools to improve their circumstances rather than just temporary relief. Many of these charitable foundations specifically focused on supporting other women and children. They provided dowries for orphaned girls, job training for widows, childcare for working mothers, and safe shelter for women fleeing difficult situations. They created support networks that function like early versions of social safety nets, except these were funded by voluntary contributions and managed by people who actually understood the needs of their communities. The soup kitchens, called imarets, that these women established weren't just places where hungry people could get a meal. They were community centres that served hot food to anyone who showed up, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, or social status. Some served thousands of meals daily, with menus that varied according to season and availability. These women understood that dignity was as important as nutrition, so they created spaces that treated every visitor with respect and care. The public works projects funded by Ottoman women's charitable foundations transformed entire cities. They built fountains that provided clean water to neighbourhoods, bridges that connected communities, roads that facilitated trade, and public baths that promoted health and hygiene. They understood that individual charity was important, but systemic improvements could benefit everyone for generations. What's particularly remarkable is how these women balanced their charitable works with their family responsibilities and social obligations. They weren't choosing between personal happiness and public service. They were integrating both into lives that were remarkably full and purposeful. They managed charitable foundations while raising children, maintained social relationships while overseeing construction projects, and fulfilled religious obligations while revolutionizing community support systems. The pilgrimage facilities these women established deserve special mention. They built caravanserais along pilgrimage routes that provided free lodging, meals and medical care to travellers making the Hajj to Mecca. These weren't just hostels. They were full-service travel centres with veterinary care for animals, security for valuable goods, and guides familiar with local conditions. They understood that facilitating religious obligations was itself a form of worship. Many of these women also became renowned for their personal accessibility to people in need. They maintained regular audiences where anyone could petition for help, advice, or intervention. They listened to family disputes, mediated business conflicts, and provided counsel on everything from marriage problems to career decisions. They were essentially serving as informal social workers, therapists, and career counsellors for their entire communities. The interfaith cooperation fostered by these charitable works was remarkable for any era. Ottoman women's foundations served people of all religious backgrounds, employed staff from diverse communities, and created spaces where different traditions could coexist peacefully. They understood that effective charity required setting aside theological differences in favour of shared humanity. Perhaps most importantly, these women created models of leadership that emphasised service rather than power, collaboration rather than competition, and long-term community benefit rather than short-term personal gain. They proved that religious devotion and social action could work together to create positive change, that wealth came with responsibilities as well as privileges, and that the most lasting monuments are often the ones that improve daily life for ordinary people. So as you're preparing for sleep tonight, take comfort in knowing that centuries ago, women were working tirelessly to create communities where everyone had access to food, shelter, education, and medical care. They understood that faith required action, that privilege demanded service, and that the best way to honour divine blessings was to share them generously with others. As we reach the end of our journey through the remarkable world of Ottoman women, let's pull back the curtains on history's grandest stage and see how these extraordinary women influenced not just their own time, but ours as well. Pour yourself one last cup of that evening tea, because their legacy is far more present in our modern world than you might imagine. The diplomatic networks these women created didn't disappear when the Ottoman Empire ended. They evolved into the informal cultural exchanges that still connect communities across former Ottoman territories today. When you taste authentic Turkish coffee in a Bosnian cafe, admire geometric patterns in Moroccan tilework, or hear certain melodic structures in Greek folk music, you're experiencing the lasting influence of women who understood that culture travels along relationship networks more effectively than through any official channels. The business practices pioneered by Ottoman merchant women became foundational elements of international commerce. Their understanding of quality control, customer service, and market diversification influenced trading practices across the Mediterranean and beyond. Some of the commercial families they established continued operating for centuries, adapting to changing political circumstances, while maintaining the core principles of ethical dealing and community investment that these women had established. Modern feminism owes more to these Ottoman women than most people realise, though the connections aren't always obvious. Their assumption that women could own property, manage businesses, influence politics, and contribute to intellectual life created precedents that later reformers could point to when arguing for women's rights. They proved that female intelligence and capability weren't radical new concepts. They were historical realities that had been temporarily forgotten rather than recently discovered. The educational institutions they founded evolved into some of the most prestigious schools and universities in the modern Middle East and Balkans. The libraries they established safeguarded manuscripts and knowledge that the political upheavals of the 19th and 20th centuries might have otherwise erased. Their understanding that education should be accessible regardless of family background influenced later educational reforms across the region. But perhaps most importantly, these women demonstrated that power could be exercised with grace, that wealth could be managed with generosity, and that influence could be used for community benefit rather than personal aggrandizement. In an era when political leadership often seems divorced from moral consideration, their example of combining authority with responsibility feels remarkably relevant. The architectural legacy is impossible to ignore. Buildings commissioned by Ottoman women still dominate skylines from Istanbul to Damascus, their elegant domes and graceful minarets serving as daily reminders that beauty and function can coexist perfectly. Modern architects still study their use of light, space and proportion, finding inspiration in design principles developed by women who understood that buildings should nurture the human spirit as well as serve practical needs. The charitable foundations they established created models that influenced later development of social services throughout the former Ottoman territories. Their understanding that effective charity required sustainable funding, professional management, and community input helped shape modern approaches to non-profit organisations. Some of their original foundations are still operating today, nearly half a millennium after their establishment, a testament to the foresight of their founders. What most profoundly impresses me about these women is their ability to be both contemporary and innovative. They worked within the constraints and opportunities of their historical moment while consistently pushing boundaries and expanding possibilities. They understood that change often happens gradually, through the accumulation of small innovations and incremental expansions of what's considered normal or acceptable. Their approach to problem solving remains remarkably relevant. They combined practical intelligence with creative thinking, used available resources efficiently while maintaining high standards, and understood that lasting solutions usually required building consensus rather than imposing change through force. They were natural systems thinkers who could see connections and long-term consequences that others missed. The cultural synthesis they fostered, blending influences from across the empire while maintaining distinctive local characteristics, offers lessons for our increasingly connected but culturally anxious world. They proved that diversity could be a source of strength rather than division, that different traditions could enrich each other without losing their essential characteristics, and that cosmopolitan sophistication could coexist with deep local roots. Perhaps most encouragingly, these women remind us that individual action can have far-reaching historical consequences. They didn't wait for permission to build hospitals, establish schools, or create businesses. They identified needs, developed solutions, and implemented changes using whatever resources and authority they could access. They understood that history is made by people who decide to act rather than wait for ideal circumstances. Their lives also demonstrate that fulfillment comes from using whatever talents and opportunities you have to contribute something meaningful to the world around you. Whether they were writing poetry, managing trade networks, designing buildings, or caring for the sick, they approached their work with dedication, intelligence, and a deep sense of purpose that made their activities feel significant rather than merely busy. So as you're drifting off to sleep tonight, carry with you the knowledge that centuries ago, women were living fully realised lives, building businesses, creating art, shaping politics, and caring for their communities with a confidence and competence that still inspires. They face different challenges than we do, but their fundamental approach to life, combining ambition with compassion, intelligence with wisdom, and personal fulfillment with social contribution, remains as relevant today as it was 500 years ago. Their legacy whispers that you too can live boldly, think creatively, and leave the world a little better than you found it. And really, what better thought could there be to carry into your dreams than that timeless reminder that extraordinary lives are built from ordinary days lived with purpose, grace, and just enough audacity to believe that change is always possible? Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorizing. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook, detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of Bat brownstone and in the country fields where he works to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14th, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognised a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernisation of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognised that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbour in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organised the first US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realise is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valour. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet, and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, They could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day? The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by, all because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centred their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids. They were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365¼ days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales. They were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record-keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, More manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contained their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the Sun, Moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events in spite of this basic misunderstanding. The Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion, that the sun, not the earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the earth, Aristarchus proposed that the earth rotated on its axis once daily, and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model, because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in 2 cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the 2 cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels. Even though Europe was going through some difficult times, Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the sun, moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij-i Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, Albirani carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail, and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realise that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing great age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular, According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolising the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilised in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, the slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon, and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognising the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems, rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced.